How are we doing this morning, gamers? Happy, what day of the week is it? Is it Monday? Feels like Monday. And yesterday off? The being live on Saturday over the weekend throws me off. It was a good live over the weekend, though. Hope everybody enjoyed the tournament. I had a blast running it. There will definitely be another Hooglandia tournament at some point. Most likely with Spraggles again. Hey, thanks for our resubs to start this morning. Watching the Open was like I was watching SCG Opens again. Great experience all around. Thanks, System. Appreciate that. Pyrathion, thank you for the 82 months. I appreciate the almost 7 years. Welcome back. Martin Walsh coming in hot for the 14 months. Appreciate it. Wolfheart, thank you for the Prime. Petey Pito coming hot for the 2/3 of a year. I was really happy because we hit my self-imposed goal on Saturday of literally the only downtime we had was scheduled downtime for advert breaks, which was about 5 to 6 minutes per hour. So we achieved my goal of tournament broadcast being 90+% more games being shown. Yeah, it was great to work with Spraggles again. He's a professional, and we're both pretty good at what we do. For the Dice Streams promo knacker, it's complete level 8 as a heads up. Yeah, I think the goal is going to be. Oh, you're 21. Well, that's way more than enough. Yeah, send me a screenshot. I'll get you hooked up. Man, this pack would have been really good if I hadn't already opened Mana Fee. I have two full art Mana Fees already. I guess I need to flare my full art Mana Fees, right? Do we spend some points here trying to flare the full art Mana Fee? Always? Always? I actually did not land a Crestala EX this morning, but I am 2-19 on Wonder Pick so far this season. I'm really glad I've mostly been picking for cosmetics because, man, if I was Wonder Picking for cards I actually needed to play, I would be tilted. I've hit twice. And I've been spending a ton of points. I had so many stored up. I just am not hitting any of them. Landed 2 of them. The commentary was some of the best I've seen in the card game space. If I could make one note, though, it was a bit odd spending so much of the files on fast forward. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't find the mirror match of the finals particularly engaging. Watching 2 Druidigon decks battle into each other is kind of like watching paint dry, even if the deck is pretty interesting into other things. And we had been live for over 9 hours, and I was like, you know what? I'm not spending an extra 5 minutes watching this. So, the choice to put the finals on 2x speed as soon as we could was a conscious choice based around the context of the mirror match that was being played, not because I intend to play every finals we have at 2x speed. But I 100% sent a message to my wife who was recording that matchup slightly in the future. I was like, as soon as they're done, you let me know, and I'm gonna put this bad boy on 2x, and we're gonna get this thing over with. So yes, I agree that having your finals on 2x is kind of anticlimactic, but also I felt like once we hit the top 4, I just needed to like do my chores and get through the 2 mirror matches we had to watch. So I don't think there was a way to really make that more exciting. I'm not the type of guy who's gonna sit there and try and hype something that's not actually hype. I'm not gonna like complain about it and make the stream be like explicitly negative, but like I'm not gonna get like I don't Pokemon Pocket doesn't have a good comparison because there haven't been a ton of high level tournaments with full coverage that I've watched, but like there was a couple of Marvel Snap tournaments that went on early where like there were just some of the dumbest things that happened in the final round. The commentators were just like hyping it up even though they knew it was just like nonsense. It was just like so eye roll inducing. All right, what are we doing this morning? I need more deck slots, gamers. I was loading up decks I wanted to work on and play today, and I ran out so incredibly quickly. Oh, I remember what it was. There was a couple of the games in the event that was going on in the Snap tournament came down to Goliath coin flips. And it was just like, yep. No, we're gonna play decks that are potentially good today. So we're not gonna play Lake Trio, because Lake Trio is trash. But I think Azelf is likely a very good card, especially in tandem with Cyrus. So rather than complaining about the decks that are good and asking for nerfs, we're gonna try and metagame and build things. So I think something that's potentially really exciting is we can use Psychic Arrow to tag the Magnezone or Magneton or the Darkrai in the back, and then we can drag them up with Cyrus and then clear them and or confuse them with some Magical Delusion. Sounds fun. I think that sounds potentially very reasonable. We've not played with Valkyrie yet. I actually didn't get my second Luxray until Saturday morning, so last week I didn't have two Luxrays to play with. This game needs a ranked mode. That reminds me that I need to make a command for this article, because we've talked a lot on this stream, the regulars know, about how people asking for ranked mode are very silly and don't understand what they're asking for. But so this is an article I read forever ago. That it's from 3 years ago almost at this point, March 2nd, 2022. So Richard Garfield is one of the original designers of Magic: The Gathering, the card game, and he wrote this article titled "Keep Your Numbers Off of Me: Why Tournaments Support Better Communities Than Ladders." And it really does a fantastic job of articulating this. And it talks about the predatory, psychologically manipulative nature of these. But one thing that like, and this is the big thing that I think highlights how I feel about ladders and why I hope they never have them in Pokemon Pocket. I think ladders are a net negative for like every game that they're involved in, especially in the card game space. And this is big here. Ladders are a honer's paradise, i.e. players who like to optimize decks that are already good. They are about grinding out long-term value from their incrementally better play. You can win tournaments on innovation. If you bring innovation to a ladder, players quickly learn to play against it or adapt it themselves before you get very far. You can't really get to the top of a big ladder that way. The grind is so long that any value you bring by innovating gets absorbed by the people that are optimizing along the way. They adopt it or learn to play around it, and this decreases the incentive to innovate, which increases the chance of a stale metagame. This paragraph basically describes all, as someone who, I spent the last 2 years playing Marvel Snap, this paragraph here describes why most Marvel Snap grinders don't actually work on new decks or find things successfully. Ladders are such an awful system for encouraging people to try stuff. Because if you can just sit there and win with a deck that has a 53% win rate, why would you innovate, lose a couple games trying to innovate to get a deck with a 55 or 56% win rate? Yeah, it's not just Marvel Snap. Like, this happened in Magic Arena, was the other games that I played a ton of before that, and I'm sure it's true of every other card game too. Like, I command a Twitch side for this. Yeah, here, I'll post the link in both chats here if you want to read this at length. But Richard Garfield's like a wicked smart dude. Is the person that wrote this. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Like, this is a well thought out piece from almost 3 years ago, and it's so well done. Does a really good job of articulating in written form a lot of the things I've talked about in bits and pieces here. In-depth breakdown of why ladders are bad for card games like Pokemon Pocket. There was a question I thought I saw. You have a tournament later. Yes, we are going to be playing a tournament at noon. Tournaments eventually reveal deck lists, and the surprise is gone. Like, Darkrai decks are common because of tournaments. Sure. But the point is, the first person to come up with the innovation gets to win their tournament that they showed up to the innovation with. Whereas a ladder isn't about winning more games. A ladder is about playing more games. So if you innovate to try to get to the top of a ladder, you're not going to get to the top before people get to copy your deck and use it against you. Whereas if you show up with a new deck to a tournament, you are the one that gets to play it for that tournament. There's actually an incentive to innovate because you're going to get a payoff at the end. There's no, oh, I cracked the format, or I put in a bunch of work and figured out all the details, so now I get to do well in this event. I get to do well on the ladder now. It's like, no, you figured it out, and now everybody knows it because you played a couple of games with it. All right, I'm gonna start with the Mismagius aggro deck because I like it in theory. And it's new and novel, so we'll see if it falls on its face or not. I got a bunch of stuff I want to try. I have no idea what we're playing in the noon tournament. I think if I don't find anything new that I love, we're going to play the Ninja Garchomp deck. And we might do that regardless. I think we're going to try and play a tournament every day this week. So we'll get a chance to play a few different things. As a fun stat from yesterday's tournament, our Twitch viewer count from yesterday's tournament, there, Psychic deck, I'm gonna lead Farfetch'd, I think. Our Twitch viewer count for yesterday's tournament outperformed the viewer count of basically every paper Pokemon official TCG tournament that's happened for the last like 3 months. Just Loitering, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. So hopefully numbers like that will encourage the Pokemon Company to invest in some competitive infrastructure around Pocket. I go Energy Quack You. They put an energy on. I go Energy Quack You. They put an energy on. They clear me. I Mismagius. Yeah, I can put energy here. I would assume it's better time. So on the Twitch side, we peaked a little above 2,000 concurrent viewers on my channel. And on the YouTube side, we peaked a little bit over 4,000 concurrent viewers on Spraggle's channel. So combined, the tournament over the weekend peaked just north of 6,000 concurrent viewers between the two. I fear them investing in the competitive scene would motivate them to create a competitive mode in-game. I mean, creating in-game tournaments would not be a bad thing. I think I would absolutely love an in-game asynchronous tournament mode. I think that sounds sweet. A couple of people asking about playing in tournament stuff. So most tournaments are held on limitlesstcg.com, including the noon one I am playing in today. I want to make it clear the tournaments I'm playing in during the week I am not running. So the Spraggles, Oglandia Open was the first and only we've run so far. Those are going to be semi-infrequent because they're a lot of work to put together, but there's a ton of awesome tournament organizers on Limitless TCG that are putting up stuff 7 days a week. So you can check out limitlesstcg.com. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. It's just the site that the whole community uses. Just Loitering, thank you for the brand new Prime. Drew Doshi, thank you for the 4.5 years. Rimuru, thank you for the 1.5 years. Good morning, good morning. Opponent hit tails, which means they don't get to attack. Someone earlier said, isn't Confusion weak? I actually think Confusion is quite solid. So 50% chance to blank attack. Sure, they can retreat, but if they retreat, we can just Cyrus drag them kicking and screaming back to the front of the line. You have a recap video for the tournament. My weekly meta report is up on the YouTube channel now, talking about the results on only our tournament, but the other big tournaments this weekend. Hey, Presto. Thank you for the 13 months, and I completely understand. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. I think it is incredibly likely that Spraggles and I run another tournament. The metrics surrounding it were very good. And more importantly, not only were the metrics good, but I had fun. Fire deck. Never a first energy advantage. Unlucky. Time. Thanks for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. It seems like you two are a good duo. Yeah, I think Spraggles and I complement each other really well in terms of what we bring to commentary. I'm very analytical, and he's very colorful. Hey, DinoCon! Thanks for watching a ton over the last year and more. Welcome to Hoglandia's latest Shillionaire. Let's go ahead and make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action. So the next Shillion is cheaper. Be sure to ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills in the Hooglandia Discord. So the thing to note here is they could cook our duck as early as next turn on the back of Dawn. So I am not going to put an energy on here because I would like to be able to evolve into Mismagius next turn and get Kraken back here. Growl Kate, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. That's a Charizard, huh? So what's the back and forth look like here? If I go energy, evolve this, and attack them, they go energy, Charmeleon, I go first energy, I hit them again, I clear this, and go second energy. Does that work? So I go hit you, they go Charmeleon, I go first energy, clear. Yeah, with them having first energy advantage, this is awkward. I think I have to... It's very possible I want a second copy of Dawn in my deck to play around spots like this. So again, I'm not counting to decide whether or not I should retreat to the person saying just play it out, Jeff. I'm counting to make good choices. I'm counting to determine, do I want to put an energy here or do I want to put an energy here? I'm gonna play to the out of drawing Dawn. I don't know if it's correct, but... I want to. It could also just be right to leave. The problem with leaving Farfetch'd up and powering up Mew is that they could just power up Moltres. And if they just power up Moltres, they could clear me that way, and then my Mew can't come up. They could also just not have the full Charizard line, that's true too. But non-zero chance we're cooked here. I suppose if they do have the full Charizard line, I can put this out on my bench, and then a Confuse Ray could potentially buy us the turn we need. Delinear, thank you for the 17 buds, appreciate it. Which is the upside to playing the promo version here. She's kind of the, so you're saying there's a chance type card. So I'm gonna slide this out, and then we'll put this here, and then if they have Charizard to blast this, we can Confuse Ray the Charizard to potentially buy time here. So for those that haven't been keeping up on Pokemon Pocket, the confusion effect is they have to flip a coin before they attack, and if they hit tails, their attack does nothing. And then the noteworthy thing here is I only need them to brick on Confusion one time. And then if I draw Dawn, I only need them to brick one time. Is the question mark. So I need them to lose one 50-50. Oh, wait. They didn't have the energy because they bricked. Oh, that's interesting. Well, now I just do this, yeah? And And then if they leave the Charizard in... Ooh, we do die to Dawn. Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe I'm supposed to play around their Dawn. I just don't have my own copy of Dawn. I think I accept that I lose to their Dawn. A lot of these decks don't have room to play too. Alright, well, we died. Thanks for the quarter of a year, Hose. Welcome back. That game was really close. I know we lost that one there, but if we would have had first energy advantage, I think we win that most of the time. If we would have had first energy advantage or our one copy of Dawn, which maybe I want 2 copies of Dawn. Could be the case. My two Farfetch might be unnecessary. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch adverts roll. We'll be back in 120 seconds. We're going to work on this deck for a little bit to start because I think it's really neat in concept. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Anybody who tells you they think Misty should be banned is very silly and you should not listen to their opinions on Pokemon Pocket anymore. Watch on the YouTube side. Tap the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything. Spernial, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. I've been trying Jinx in this deck. Any thoughts? I don't want a 2 energy attacker. I want 1 energy attackers, then I want to clear them with Mismagius. If I was gonna fit a second Dawn in here, I'd have to give up either like the Farfetch'd or the Rocky Helmet. Oh, I need to fill my water while we're on the ad break. Forgot to do that before we started. Here, baby. Turd Ferguson, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hey, Kitsune, thanks for checking out our mobile game sponsor. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Sorry, sub to go for that. For those that are new here, you wonder what the brief pause there was. I always try and run my adverts on the live stream in a very deliberate manner. So I always take a break and I either use the bathroom, get a drink of water, or just talk with chat for a little while. I think it's super rude when you're watching a live stream and the adverts come up over the middle of a game. So I make sure that doesn't happen on my channels. Yeah, Azulf has the lead here. Sounds good. They have first energy advantage again, which is sad. Mew is notably pretty solid into Palkia, which is nice. I think we're just powering up Mismagius. That clears a an Articuno in 2. Hey, Pengavir, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. I think I'm going to Azulf the Articuno here. I'm going to go ahead and put Farfetch'd on the bench. I'm going to Azulf the Articuno because Giant Cape is pretty common inside of these Manaphy decks to keep this from getting knocked out too much. So if I put 20 on here, even if they cape it, my Mismagius will clear it in 2. I'm not a big fan of BEM. I think he's kind of clunky and awkward. I think I'd rather just play Farfetch'd. I'd like to have a second Mismagius in the back, potentially. Let's go ahead and do this. Not quite sure if I want a cape or helmet yet. I think we just hit him with the delusion. That is probably the game. Oh, that is the game. Yeah, we're just in. So they have the Vaporeon there to shove a bunch of energy to the front. It's another tough one based on first energy advantage. Not really a whole lot we can do there. Yeah, the Palkia deck had solid performance this weekend. I think playing Giratina in this deck would be very bad. That's why I'm not playing it. I think if a deck like this is going to be good, it's going to be good because it can take aggressive stances in your games, and leading on a Pokemon that doesn't attack is not that. Okay, so we have first energy advantage here, which is solid into Dialga. Azulf here, notably, can damage their active Pokemon. A little bit different than Hitmonlee, which is why it deals less damage. I think you should absolutely watch my meta report if you think Darkrai Magnezone is going to be a tier 0 deck. So, Cyrus here can drag old Licky Tongue to the active spot next turn. Yeah, I did get my Parafull Archdawns over the weekend. Opened one and pack pointed one. Alright, and with them electing to evolve right away here, we're honestly probably done. Up to the class. Nice little combo there. We got 3 shots at our 2 Mismagius to clean this out next turn. Thick Mama Jamma up front here. 4 energy retreat costs is a lot. Missing there feels bad. Mu's not a terrible pickup. Can start charging that up in case our Mismagius are buried in the bottom few. Quick question about the tournament. How come in the last 2 rounds, it did not seem like you guys were talking about competitors much or storylines as what they have been doing in previous rounds? I think we talked about the storyline of the fighting deck a whole heck of a lot. But Pokemon Pocket is a very small new scene, so like it's not like these players have like years of experience or resumes to talk about. Also, compared to something like Pokemon Unite, where people are watching it more as like a spectator game, or like Counter-Strike or Valorant or League of Legends, most people consuming content related to Pokemon Pocket and games like it are looking for deck list to copy. They really don't care. Oh, I have X Speed plus Dawn. You sure do. They really don't care about the specific competitors. You're not watching it because XYZ gamer is good at the game. You're watching it because you want to know what deck list you can play at home. So I think trying to make really compelling storylines is more difficult and pays off less compared to other like team-based esports. Oh yeah. Yeah, there should probably be a second Dawn in this deck, huh? X Speed Dawn is so good. I'm gonna be honest, Hoosier, if you go back and watch the finals, we had watched so many Darkrai Magnezone mirror matches at that point. Spraggles and I had to double check to make sure we actually had finished and they had actually won. Because all of the Darkrai Magnezone things blurred together, so. I mean, like, not to minimize that player winning the thing, but like the last couple rounds of the turn. What's the best way to put it? The best sign that the last couple rounds of the tournament were incredibly limp was the fact that viewership actually dropped off during the semifinals and the finals of that tournament, which doesn't happen when people are excited about the games that are being played. Cape's a great dryer, so. The viewers were, the event was an incredible success. I don't want to get that wrong. Metrics were good. I had fun, but like having all mirror matches for our semifinals and finals like was a little bit deflating at the end of it all. So I'm not going to apologize to anybody for refusing to overhype something like that. All right, do they have a copy of Dawn themselves here? If they do, they can get licking. Yep. Thorborg! Our second Chillionaire this morning. You love to see it. That trickle-down economy working. Be sure to ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills. Okay, can we finally top deck Mismagius? If we can top deck Mismagius here, we win the game with the Cyrus. Alright, I mean, maybe they lose the coin flip, yeah? People were asking about Promo Mischievous versus the regular. I am very confident Promo Mischievous is the better of the two. Being able to have a 50%er instead of just being dead in a spot like this is huge. Did they already use both leaves? No, they hadn't used any leaves, so I think Cyrusing here is wrong. I think we go for the confuse ray and hope we get the 66%er after they lose the 50%er. Sam Baker, thank you for the brand new supporter on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. All of the decks we'll be playing this morning are decks I'm considering playing in the tournament this afternoon. All right, they are confused and don't get to attack. Oh my goodness. Literally the bottom two cards. Yeah, am I gonna like put a Pokemon communication in here in a fit of rage? I don't know, we don't have that many Pokemon. I think there's only 9 Pokemon in here. And like cutting a Pokemon for a Pokemon communication is like not great. I need to redraw the Cyrus too though, yeah? I also need to redraw the Cyrus. Losing this incredibly bad variance game to a Mars would be unfortunate. Hopefully they just win their confusion flip and the Mars didn't matter. All right. Classic example of Mars not mattering. What a trash card. It's wild the stuff people find room to put in their decks. All right, well, you know. We lost that one through largely no fault of our own. Not really aged there. I think I want another copy of Dawn. Dawn seems pretty good. Yeah, I only have 9 Pokemon. I feel like going down to 8 Pokemon to play a copy of Communication is probably wrong. Probably wrong. Yeah, I opened one Dawn and then I pack pointed the second because I knew we were gonna play plenty of her. She's very good. Lightning deck. I think I'm opening ducks still. First energy advantage here sounds great for us into Pakarisu. We get to quack them for 40, they go first energy. We quack them for 40, they go second energy. We'll be ready to go. That actually just doesn't matter on these breakpoints at all, right? I'm only gonna quack them twice before they Sparking Gadget me anyways. I would be very surprised if Cressula EX is a playable Pokemon Pocket card. Marcelo, thank you for the quarter of the year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We just need a Mismagius in a few cards. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more maybe we should have one communicator. It feels like having one copy of Mismagius is probably going to be pretty important in most of our games. So having a third virtual copy of it is probably pretty good. Kamui, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, if you're looking for the opponent's deck list, they're likely playing the 18 Trader Pakarisu deck. Put up a couple of results this weekend. It's in this morning's roundup video. You can check it out. Cape here, coming in clutch. I would be incredibly surprised if Mars is a playable Pokemon Pocket card. I think it will be very similar to Red Card, that it will see some amount of play because there's a strong emotional bias in favor of playing it because you remember the games where it beats you, and the games where they play it and it does nothing are very forgettable. I think we definitely want to communicate after seeing these games if we're going to play this. It's our second game in a row where it's like have a Mismagius. It's like very, very reasonable. So we probably want a third copy. That game is not particularly close if there's a Mismagius in the top half of our deck. So playing a third virtual copy is really appealing. One duck is plenty. One duck might be plenty. Have 3 good 1 energy leads. I guess Mew's an alright 1 energy lead too, so it still leaves us kind of 4 if we squint. Ahadlin, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. James Money, thank you for the brand new Prime. Cranky Banks, thanks for the 14 months. To set an incredibly low bar, 18 Trainer Pakarisu is significantly better than 18 Trainer Articuno. Hey, look, a Mismagius. That's fun. I think the logistics of showing both players' hands while casting the tournament are difficult, and there isn't a good way to visibly display it on the screen. Even if I go through the work of setting up so you can see the other player's hands on my overlay, it'll be a giant, messy disaster, or it's just like set off to the side or whatever and doesn't look particularly good. While it could provide some value, I think visually it will look very, very bad. I think the value it would add would be offset negatively by the visuals being bad, and then it's doing more work for like a pretty net neutral viewer experience. Bloodgram, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, I agree. Given the context of the type of game Pokemon Pocket is, generally speaking, you can know most of what to expect either way. I have X speed here, so the Sabrina doesn't really matter. If they amass, yeah, the game is over here when we retreat and have the Mismagius. I'm sure someone will find a way to look good eventually. I would be absolutely shocked if someone had a way to make both players' hands look good through screen shares. Because another one of the logistical difficulties of screen shares is that you also have both players in different resolutions a lot of the time as well. So it's bad from a logistical perspective for a few reasons. I would be very surprised the Lake Trio was playable or viable. Why are people obsessed with Spectator? I think people are obsessed with Spectator mode because we had 6,000 people watching a competitive Pokemon Pocket tournament this weekend, and broadcasting competitive Pokemon Pocket would be much better if we had a Spectator mode. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and hit our ad break for the hour. We're gonna play some more of this when we return. I'm kind of talking myself into playing it for the tournament this afternoon. We'll see. Just we're hanging out, don't go anywhere. For watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. You have plans for a Volkner deck soon? I don't think I'm going to test any Volkner decks today, no. Eventually, but I didn't load any up. That seems like a neat idea, Dance. Might get around to trying it at some point. I really like the rainbow art for Mismagius, yeah. Good. Good piece of art. Happy with this 2-star. Hey, thanks for playing, Skate Man. Glad you had fun. Hey, Scrimmage. Yeah, deck looks sweet. I want to try both the Gallade and Machamp inside that same shell. Any good Infernape decks to recommend? I posted a video this morning highlighting new decks that had successful tournament runs, and there were not 1, not 2, but 3 different Infernape decks in there. And then if that's not enough for you, my highlight tonight on the channel is also going to be a 4th Infernape deck that we played on stream last week, so. A lot of good Infernape things on Homelandia Pocket on the YouTube side. Huh. Against starting fire energy, they're most likely to be a Moltres deck. So with first energy advantage, I think I lead on this. So that way we have a chance to brick their Inferno Dance to start. Wise Sticks, thanks for the almost 5 years of subs. Welcome back. I know you've been here even longer than that. Bucks Fan, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate all the folks helping us stay above our sub goal. Whenever I am live on twitch.tv, you can almost always find me streaming at the Hoaglandia Pocket channel on YouTube as well, if you prefer a non-Twitch platform. This is the face of someone that knows their opponent's about to flip tails, chat. What card has surprised you the most so far? I mean, I think anybody that says anything other than Magnezone to that question is kidding themselves. Magnezone looked like it was probably going to be playable, but like tier 1 deck format sounds like, I think that was unexpected. So they need to hit heads on this one, and then they also need to hit heads on their coins for the what's it called? So this one does not give them an energy. Now they get to vote for energy. Three out of 4 is pretty good. What decks match up well into Darkrai Magnezone? The Darkrai Magnezone deck had even or favorable matchups into every established good deck this past weekend. So if it's going to not be the top tier must-beat deck that's played by a lot, there's going to need to be other innovations in the metagame. If you're looking for potential insight into those innovations, the new decks roundup from Monday morning, this morning, while we're recording today, has some potentials for that. I should put the Mew up here. I guess if they pivot into Rapidash and hit a Heads here, they could clear us out. I think there's lots of interesting ways to explore attacking the Darkrai Magnezone deck. This deck's actually exploring one of them, using a way to attack bench Pokemon, and then using Cyrus to drag them kicking and screaming to the front to clear them out before they're set up is an interesting way to approach attacking that. There's things like Venusaur that has more sustain, and Shaman to help you get around their constant chip shot damage. I am very optimistic we have good tools in this metagame to allow us to play through and around that strategy. This Tails here is huge. It means that they don't pick up their first point, and I get to X-speed this back out, kind of making their Sabrina real medium. We're going to save this last bench slot here with the second Mismagius draw, just in case we find our other basic. We got an energy going here on Mew. And then something that's noteworthy here is that with the Dawn in hand and this having an energy on it, we could actually threaten genome hacking as early as next turn, which is sweet. They're playing Charizard and Rapidash. That's interesting. It's a pretty big hit. Oh, that was the confusion hit. I forgot. Okay, cool. So it's not a big hit. It's a little hit. They needed 2 heads in a row to have a big hit. It's good clean living right there, gamers. The number one thing I want to reiterate, and if you haven't watched my metagame report from yesterday, you should definitely watch it. But for people that are talking about the Darkrai Magnezone being insane and unbeatable because of its one weekend performance, the Darkrai Magnezone deck had what I refer to as 192% performance delta, i.e. it gained almost 200% from its starting metagame distribution to its top performing deck metagame distribution. However, if we look at our previous format, Gyarados Greninja, its first weekend of competitive play, had like 176 performance delta. So it also converted almost plus 200%. Shame we didn't draw Cyrus there to win the game, but still top deck that next turn and have it on the spot regardless of what they do. So while I'm certainly not going to tell you that the Darkrai Magnezone deck is bad, it's definitely very good. I think there are likely lots of things to explore, being able to have counterplay into it meaningfully in the competitive sense. How does one determine if a deck is tier 0? In my opinion, a deck is tier 0 or S tier only if there is no meaningful counterplay into it in the format. In my opinion, our previous format that we're coming out of with Mythic Island had no tier 0 decks. Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Gyarados were definitely the best decks. They were solidly A tier, but they were all pretty evenly spread into each other, and there were plenty of B and C tier things that could keep up with them. I think during our first metagame, before Mythical Island released, the Mewtwo and Charizard were kind of S tier. Before this card was added to the game, it was tough for a lot of things to keep up. Yeah, I agree. I think too many people refer to S tier things as just like the best decks in the format are S. That's just not how it works. Can you elaborate on a delta? I don't know what that means. Delta is a mathematical term that refers to the difference between. So the difference between the starting percentage and the top performing distribution of decks was almost 200%, i.e. it went from 8% to almost 24%. Or another way to say it 3x'd itself. You should really watch the metagame video and look at the starting pie chart versus the top performing pie chart, and then look at the percentages, and I think they're relatively self-explanatory. If you just compare what the decks look like, what the percentages of the decks are between the two charts are. Scolio Live. Scolion Live, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. we are going first. You're a lightning deck. I think we lead Mew to take hits in the lightning matchup, probably. Generally speaking, I won't start taking viewer deck submissions until we're a week or so into the format. I want to play things that I want to play early on. That is a 30 damage Pikachu attack right there. And then the interesting thing about the copy of Dawn here is that with the second Mismagius, I could swap these and put the energy on the other one. But we're pulling the Pikachu out. Yeah, I guess they would need to flip a coin for Pikachu to deal damage, so it's just not worth staying in. I've had a few people since we started playing this deck comment that Confusion is bad. And what those people are doing in an incredibly reductionist way is acknowledging the fact that Confusion is generally worse than Sleep or Paralyze. However, while Confusion is mechanically worse than Sleep and Paralyze, the attacks that are confusing and the cards that have Confusion in their effects are also statted in a way that acknowledges this reality. So what does that mean? It means that I get to do 70 damage for 2 energy and confuse, whereas something like, say, Wigglytuff EX expects to 3 energy for a sleep effect. The double Rocky Helmet here into the double potion is a tough nut to crack. I am currently coordinating with my tournament organizer and Spraggles to figure out when we can do another tournament. There will definitely be another one. The Dawn play would have been good last turn, no? So that's a good example of being kind of hindsight is 2020. So the Dawn play the previous turn would have played around double potion. But the thing you need to ask yourself is, are you meaningfully supposed to play around double potion there? So getting better at games like this isn't just, could I have played around the thing that they've done? It's, should I have played around the thing that they did with the information that I had at the time? Our Cyruses are just buried here. We're playing 2 of those. It's our second X speed though, right? No, What's the first one? There are a combination of draws they could have that punish this. Like Dawn would be bad for me, but I do think we just take this knockout. Yes. And then if we draw Cyrus, we win the game next turn, assuming they don't have a copy of Dawn. And if we don't draw Cyrus and they do, oh, they don't have energy for Dawn anymore because I cleared it. Yeah, never mind. No, this is great. In my brain, they still had energy. So now they lose to Cyrus on the spot. And if we don't draw Cyrus, we confuse the Zapdos. Cool. Yeah. This was really clean. I think this deck has a lot of potential, chat. The core of what we got going here is likely very solid. Hey, AK the High, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. For those that are new to the channel, please stop asking for the deck list constantly. I'm gonna time you out. We throw the deck list up in between games. Spamming the same thing in a chat constantly when you're not getting responded to is not pleasant. It's just clutter. So, if you're watching on the YouTube side, you can even rewind the stream to find the deck list in real time if you don't want to wait until our next break, but the deck list will go up on stream during the break. Please don't spam my chat. Azalf doing its best far-fetched impersonation into a turn 1 Riolu here. Good Charizard decks for this meta. You should check out my meta report where I talk about the successful Charizard decks from over the weekend. If you're new here, I do a weekly series where I do a data-driven analysis of the best decks in Pokemon Pocket every single weekend. This weekend, we looked at over 3,500 deck lists and cross-referenced them with the most successful builds, of which there were 400. Well, this was a pretty strong start for them, but Cyrus here is an incredible pull for our side. Now the question is, do I cape here or not? I think I'm supposed to. If they have another X speed or a leaf, they could switch back into this. If they have leaf, they'd still clear through the cape, but I think that's fine. I think I want to beat an X speed. The first X speed means they're more likely to have a second rather than leaf. They could be playing both though. Some of these decks play a split. So there. The worst case scenario for us here is they have leaf plus Graveler that attacks for 2. No leaf is great. So we're looking to draw our stage 1 here. Let's go ahead and do this. A lot of choices here, huh? I'm probably just supposed to clean the Lucario, yeah? I think it's clean the Lucario, start building up Mew. I guess I could clean the Lucario with Mew. is an interesting thought. And not give them the first point. Do I want to communicate this turn? Communicating this turn doesn't really change any of my decisions. So generally speaking, you want to communicate as late as possible. If they like Sabrina me, I'm putting up Azulf instead of this anyways. So the Mismagius, hitting the Mismagius this turn doesn't accomplish anything. So there's no reason to do it. Linen Maester, thanks for that brand new Prime support. Appreciate it. Those bits of direct support are a big part of why I was able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. There she is. So we'll do this. We'll do this. We'll go X speed. We'll clean this out, and then I think we're done from here. At a minimum, this deck tickles my brain and has interesting lines. Remains to be seen if it's actually good, but I'm enjoying the play patterns for sure. Hey, Cryptic Ranger, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Do I need to donate for him to see my message at this point? So this is the kind of classic live chatter mistake. If someone misses your message, you shouldn't just complain that they missed your message. You should just like calmly repost your message, because I missed your first message, but then I saw your message complaining, and I would have just seen your original statement if you would have just posted it again a couple minutes later. Also, like, let's see here, what was your actual message? They're a fighting deck. Do I want to lead on Azulf or Farfetch'd against fighting? Azulf's probably fine. It's likely type advantage anyways, yeah? We'll chill on this for now because we might want to communicate with it. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Jace. Appreciate it. I think Gengar EX can see some game with the new cards. I think Gengar EX was bad before the new cards and is likely still bad after them. Hobbit, thank you for the exactly 4 years. Welcome back. Hey, what's going on, Rand? Congrats to your Dialga crack. That card's pretty reasonable. There's a few different builds on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel at this point. A couple deck list roundup videos from last week. It always makes me chuckle when people comment on cards relying on coin flips in Pokemon Pocket, because what is drawing a card from your deck every single turn if not just a series of coin flips? Haba Hut, thank you for the 56 months. Players have such a visceral negative association with implicit variance versus explicit variance. Or a coin flip is explicit, it's in your face. And drawing a card is implicit. It's a variance element, but it's not like a coin flipping, so it's easier to be like, that wasn't really random. My lack of X speed drawn here is sad. If we would have drawn X speed, we could have shifted Azulfs and not given a knockout point. We're just crunching here again. I guess I could have... Maybe I'm supposed to 20 the Riolu, so that way the Lucario dies in one to Mismagius with weakness. Because the Mismagius was going to clear this anyways, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Them swapping here means this is fine though, yeah? Your Champ, okay. I guess I need to draw X speed now. Oh, actually, I didn't need to draw X speed here. It's nice that I did, but I could have energy retreated and then dawned up my energy. This is noteworthy here. I think I'm gonna put this one out here on the bench to be able to evolve it next turn. Here's a thought. Do I use my Dawn this turn? So that way, because I'm not using a different supporter. Yeah, I think so. I think I Dawn this turn. Because I wanna put an energy on here so I can have another Mismagius ready to go next turn, I think is the game plan. Yeah, it frees me up to be able to Cyrus down the line too. And then these two Azulfs are pretty scary here for them, right? Because I'm gonna get to crack them down to 10, and then these Azulfs can pick them off the bench at any point. So this is gonna do 60 to be this turn, which notably puts me to 80. And then Giant Cape means I don't get cleared by the other Riolu next turn, which is nice. Evolving into Lucario. And that's even if that even assumes they like hit their confusion flip at that too. It's all about they'll have a 50%er to do Stone Cold nothing. And then even if they win their 50%er while having this, they still won't clear us. Hey, Kazua, thank you for the gifted sub, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be playing the tournament live on stream this afternoon. Here, stop by my live stuff. We usually play tournaments every day during the week. We'll be streaming them here. Okay, and then they have 0 knockout points here between my 2 copies of Cyrus and my 2 copies of Azulf. This is kind of just like a build our own adventure book to clear them here, huh? I want to fetch up our other Mismagius just so we have it here. Yes, that is Hedge. When I was putting this deck together, I was like, this is kind of a psychic version of the Hitmonlee decks, where you're playing Mismagius as your Aerodactyl, essentially, was the line of thinking. Oh, we could just kill the ape. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't think there's a wrong way to eat the Rhesus Gamers. Azulf is a very playable card. Like I said, I think the Lake Trio as a whole is not particularly good, but Azulf is definitely solid. I think playing a deck that wants to minimize the variance you experience is really fair. That's fine, but the idea that a deck that has coins in it is automatically lower variance than another deck is not inherently true. For example, I would argue a deck that has coin flips in it but doesn't rely on stage 2 Pokemon is probably lower variance overall than a deck that has stage 2 Pokemon, because stage 2 Pokemon experience more draw variance. And that's, again, it's the idea, and that's the added malice or assuming that I'm dunking on someone because I'm talking about how coin flips aren't inherently more variance than draw variance or just a different type of variance. I'm not dunking on you. I'm just pointing out the reality of it. And it's fine to be like, I just don't want to flip coins. But the idea that a coin flip in your deck inherently means your deck is higher variance than the others is not true. And that's what I'm pushing back on. So if you want someone that's just gonna like agree with you and be a yes man and validate your feelings and never give you a dose of reality, this is probably a bad channel to watch. I know it's 2025 and facts are subjective and we can ignore them whenever we want, but not in this space. Yeah, kind of into this one. I think I'm gonna load this one up for the tournament this afternoon. We're gonna try some other things. I think we're gonna put this one away for now, and we'll try and play some other things. But I kind of like the bobbin and weaving we were doing with this. I think we're gonna give it a try to start. Sorry, yeah, I need to just take these things off my desk. I was doing it involuntarily during the tournament, and someone called me out on it then too. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and roll some adverts while I load this up with the Limitless deck editor. Then we're gonna play something else when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, that's the big difference, right? That we talked a lot about it, that the implicit versus explicit variance. People have such a hard time parsing. People have such a hard time parsing implicit variance because it's not intuitive for them. Oh, I'm missing a one of. Oh, I'm missing a Mismagius. Yeah, that'd be bad one to miss. 2 Dawn, 2 Cyrus, 2 Pokeball, 2 X Speed, 1 Cape. Yeah, it looks good. I'll play next. All right, I feel like I want to play at the deep end of the pool. So, one of the things I was struggling with was, is Gallade actually better than playing Machamp? I think I'd rather just play Machamp in most decks that could play Gallade. And then that got me to thinking, well, if I'd always rather play Machamp instead of Gallade, what if I played Gallade in addition to Machamp? Why not both? And from a pure deck building game theory perspective, Machamp is a card that likes going second, and Gallade is a card that likes going first. how do you differentiate that? Let's have a quick deck building / card lesson for people. So Machamp is a card that likes having first energy advantage because how its evolutions line up on curve. So what does that mean? It means on turn 1 with first energy advantage, we go first energy, attack you for 20. On turn 2, when we had first energy advantage, we go evolve, attach second energy, attack you for 50. And then Machamp curves right on out, evolve to stage 2, attach third energy, attack you for 120. And Glade's energy breakpoints line up in the opposite when you're going first. So when you're going first and have first evolution advantage, you go attach your first energy, evolve to your stage 1, attack for 20 with Krylia. And then you go, okay, evolve to my stage 2, attack my second energy, attack with Energized Blade for, 90 or 110, depending on how your opponent is set up. Sir Castamere, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. So when you're thinking about, okay, what cards like going first versus like going second, in general, stage 2s with 2 energy attacks and stage 1s with 1 energy attacks like going first. And then cards that and then the opposite, stage 1s with 2 energy attacks like going second, and stage 2s with 3 energy attacks like going second. So let's give it a try. It might be a messy disaster, but from a pure let's think about how the curves line up perspective, there's something appealing here to be doing, I think. We are going second, and I have Machop into Machoke into Machamp, just like we drew it up. In general, is it good to pair your cards with one that like going first or one that like going second? Yeah, I agree. Oftentimes, you want to have a balance of those in your decks. Chatot gaming here for our opponent. Open on Pokeball. Chatot, so normally you want to wait as long as possible to play your copies of Pokemon Communication. However, playing Pokemon Communication makes your hand 1 card smaller. So I'm going to go ahead and fire that off right away here, because I would like my hand to be 1 card smaller against the Chatot deck. One of the things I want to highlight, because it's a question that's getting asked a lot since the set released, is like, Jeff, why are you playing this utility card versus that utility card, like Cape versus Helmet versus Potion versus Leaf versus X-Speed? And the answer bluntly is simply, I don't know what's optimal. I don't think anybody likely knows what's optimal. It's going to take time to figure out what is ideal in terms of which supporting utility cards you want to be playing. I just tapped the like button on the live stream, and right after I pulled an immersive Palkia. I mean, I'm not going to tell you those two things are related, but it certainly sounds like it to me. Coincidence? Probably. Our opponent's Tempo Sabrina, absolutely incredible against our deck. The fact that they had Cape here too, pretty brutal for us. I guess we'll just teleport out the routes. It's sad that we haven't drawn the Krylia to be able to evolve here. Commander Bun Bun, thanks for the 24 months. I assume with the Mew, they are not a Misty deck. Did the Darkrai decks overperform, or was there just a high abundance of Darkrai decks? You should watch my meta report video, where I very explicitly start by talking about those types of metrics. I don't just look at the raw number of a thing that top cut or had success. I draw a comparison between the starting distribution and the finishing distributions. Okay, so if they put Palkia up and toot the Dimensional Storm, my giant cape would give me enough life to live through the 30 as a follow-up. Or are they gonna Mew instead? Yeah, I guess that tracks. Super Freak, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Jeff, I was watching your YouTube video when the new packs came out. I opened 30 at once. I got 2 2-star Palkias and 2-star Dialgas and 2 2-star Dawns. Did that involve a God pack? Or was it actually just like 6 2-stars out of 30 packs? I think the 6 2-stars out of 30 packs might be less likely than the God pack even. So I think I put a cape on this so that way they can't just have Giovanni to clear me with this next turn. Apologies to everyone we've baited. That was my booster pack notification. Alright, so bottom 4 cards of our deck here. 2 Krylia and a Machamp. Plus 1 more. 2 Krylia, a Machamp, and a second cape. Speaking of 2-star Palkia, I love the 2 stars and how they parallax. There she is. So if they stay in and we top deck Machamp, we clear them. So they're probably incentivized to move out, right? If we hit Machamp, they're in a bad spot kind of regardless, yeah? Let's go artwork hunting. Thank you, Not Ben, for the massive tip. I would love to open a bunch of packs today hunting for art. Oh, and actually, with the second energy here, I was gonna say if they don't retreat, the Galate actually finishes them too. I think they're done here. Like, the opponent made sure they don't die to Machamp this turn, but they kind of don't have any gas left in the tank at this point, yeah? Yeah, it was kind of clean. All right, shall we open some packs? I think I'm hunting in Palkia packs. I don't have a 3-star Palkia yet, or any 2 stars. Are you gonna do, have you done solo battles? Yeah, I did all my solo battles this morning before I signed on. You want immersive? I really just want matching fancy ones. Hey Zimba, thanks for checking out the sponsor Global Game Dice streams. Enjoy your free sub to the channel. Thanks for helping keep us above our sub goal. Oh yeah, let's check Wonder Picks really quick too. I need to remember to do that throughout the course of the day. I previously didn't really need anything for Wonder Picks, but I wouldn't mind spending Wonder Pick points. Chasing 1 stars at this point too, because I want to like flare things like my Garchomp. And occasionally 2 stars pop up, right? That's not copium. Assuredly 2 stars exist in Wonder Picks. Do you think Yan Mega Executor with Cressila could work? I'm not sure why you would play Cressila. Yan Mega Executor is good. Now we gotta open our 1 freebie, and then Ben donated for us to rip as many as possible, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, which pack is Mismagius in? Is Mismagius in Palkia's? I wouldn't mind a second 2-star of that too. Where is she? Oh, she is in here too. Oh yeah, this is the pack for me. I think I'm hunting for Cyrus. I'm hunting for a matching Mismagius. I would like some Palkia 2 stars. And I would like Garchomps to flare my Garchomps. I have a full art Cynthia already, actually. My Garchomp deck's only playing 1 of her, so. Hippopotamus! I think this is one of the 1 stars I have the most of from this set. I need to test this card at some point. Gonna be on the lower end of what we make it around to. Ooh, we could probably flare my Azulfs. This is a matching Rainbow Weavile, which is lovely. The murder card. Early art hits on the art hunting expedition. Poor little Swidub. Ooh, I heard a full art sound. Oh, that should give me enough Gibbles to flare my other Gibble too. Yes! All right, we need one more of these to flare both full art Garchomps. Finish swagging out the Garchomp Greninja deck today, hopefully. Okay, we had one little pop there. We need one more to flare both by Manaphy's. The other day, I was hunting for some 2-star cards and thought, what would Jeff do? So I pulled my credit card out of my extra wallet and immediately pulled a 2-star Darkrai. There's a Hooglandian gamer for you. I actually really love this blue wallet they sent me. Blue's my favorite color. It's much more vibrant than both the gold and gray one I had. I gotta decide what's gonna be my second 1250 pack point investment. I think it's Cyrus. I think I'm probably gonna want 2-star Cyrus, yeah. Hey Darius, thanks for checking out the Nice Streams promo. Whew! Oh yeah, we're definitely playing the Mismagius deck today. I was like 95% locked to play the Mismagius deck this afternoon. That makes us 100%. Oh, is there another one in here? Oh, it's Mars. What a tease. What a tease. Fine. I mean, I guess it ticks off completion. Fine, I guess. Begrudgingly accepted. Man, we're running hot on 2-stars this morning. Full art red card, yep. Clearly Pokemon Pocket likes you spending my money. That's the only answer here, I think. Man, that's like, what are we, 3 or 4 2-stars in like 30 or 40 packs here? That is incredibly above rate. It's 4 at least, right? We had Weavile, Mismagia, Mars. Was it 3? It's at least 3. It's at least 3. The odds of getting 2 2-stars in a single pack is incredibly low too. Garchomp's a 1-star. We're happy to get him, but he's not a 2-star. What's the brand on the wallet? I can get you a link on the wallet. They're one of our lovely sponsors. They were one of our sponsors over the weekend for the tournament too. If you consider checking them out, use the link in the code so they know their advertising money is well spent here. We're gonna be really close to having 1250 pack points again after we rip today. Oh, I didn't have full art Rotom yet. That's a winner. I didn't have that one. This one is art, chat. It's actually just cinema. It's such a good immersive. All right, we just need one more of this Bad Mama Jam in the match now. I've got 2 Dialga immersives, which is one of the reasons why we're going deep on Palkia packs. I think my 2 big ones are 3. We're looking for Cyrus, we're looking for another Garchomp full art, we're looking for another Palkia immersive. My top 3. Just found out I have 2 Blastoise EX. Can you show me your deck list? There was a highlight from that. We went 5-2 with a tournament with it on Friday. So you should check the YouTube channel for my Blastoise build. What are some best places to find what decks are performing the best? You should check out my video from yesterday and today. I do 2 weekly videos on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel on YouTube. One of them is my weekly meta report, where I do a data-driven breakdown of like things that are really commonly played. And the second is a kind of off-meta report. I call out individual results from things that are less commonly played that had deep runs in tournaments. Palkia, feel the pressure. We've got Manaphy's now that are full art, so we hit full art. Another immersive Palkia. Our Blastoise deck will look real good. How do you collect data? All of the data from tournaments is hosted on limitlesstcg.com. So I comb through the tournaments that are up there and I coalesce them in a spreadsheet. This is such a weird character. I really wish they would put more 1-star full arts on better cards. Like, it's criminal that like this card has a full art. It's such a waste of a full art slot. They don't have to put full arts on like every top meta card, but like it would be nice if they were at least like somewhat functional, right? Like just not explicitly bad cards. Come on, one more Palkia before we're done today, game. Or a Cyrus, one of the two. Hey, glad you enjoyed the Hooglandia Spriggles tournament this weekend. We're definitely going to do another one of those at some point. Our tournament today that we're playing in today will be starting in a little over an hour. Ooh, I think this lets me flare both of these. Like, that card's a good example of one that I think is an excellent one-star choice. Like, not busted, but playable, and just an iconic Pokemon that people like. Cressala. I think we've got one or two more 10 pulls left here. I think we had 1,600 gold when I started. This is 600 spent. Non-full art Cyrus is teasing me. When you hit a 1-star God Pack, oof, unluckiest lucky person you'll ever hear about. Do you do your solo battles? No, I don't find the solo battles fun, so I don't play them. The only solo battles I do are the time-limited ones like the Cressala event. Because there's, like, things like some mechanically exclusive cards in there. Alright, come on, game. One more dopamine on the way out the door. I know we're running above average for this morning already, but let me be greedy. Yeah, I think we burned all our variants in the first 40 to 50 men. Rude. All right, so we're at 1,100 pack points. So what? Three more 10 pulls get me to my first full art Cyrus. Three get me to my first full art Cyrus. That's not bad. Not bad. All right. Let's flare some friends. 19 of these. So you leave all those hourglasses on the table? I suppose so. We have enough to go for the top ones here, yeah? Sounds lovely. I love the ones that flare off the card as opposed to the finishes. It's actually a little surprising to me that they don't let you combine this and this together. Because you could very easily have both of those on a card at once. So you're just leaving all the hourglasses from the solo battles on the table. Yeah, my time is just better spent doing other things. I have plenty to flare my Gibbles. Succeeded 3, lovely. I also had 4 2-star Blastoises, so I flared my 2 of them. It's one of the reasons why we play so much Blastoise on this channel. Because I have 2 flared 2-star Blastoises. Speaking of flare and full arts, I love the dots. The circles are my favorite. Streamers are too cool for solos. That's not what I said. I simply said they don't bring me joy and they don't generate value for me personally, so I don't do them. If they bring you joy and you have fun with them, more power to you. We actually need some more of this guy. I've got these ones unlocked, but I would like 2 of these eventually. So eventually we need 3 more Gamites, I think. Which is fine. We're still opening the pack that he's in hunting for Cyrus, I think. What else do I want to flare? I have a mana fee to flare. Please have blue dots. Please have blue dots. Please have blue dots. Okay, I was hoping for blue dots and we got adorable blue hearts. I love the adorable blue hearts. Now my full art mana fee matches my full art Squirtle. That's so lovely. Bubbles are cute. Nah, I like the hearts. Look at this artwork, chat. It's full of big heart energy. Okay, so if you're just joining us, we are gonna play this deck in the tournament this afternoon. We missed on the full art Cyruses for it, but we hit our second rainbow Mismagius, which is stellar. Gorgeous. Flares, all the stuff we want flares on in here. Yeah, I think Venusaur has big potential with this set, honestly. I think there's a very real chance that there's a competitive Venusaur deck as a counter to Darkrai. It hurts me a little bit to have mismatched Palkias for a little bit, but we'll keep working at the Palkia packs to eventually get another immersive for here, and then this deck will be set. Oh, and I can change the box art here. We do need, the lack of full art stage 1s is really sad. All right, I think we're gonna play some more of this because it's what we were doing. We won a game with this before Ben's very generous and massive donation came through for us to rip a bunch of beautiful artwork. So we need to take a brief pause for the cause and roll some adverts, but after we do, we will return to play some of this, and our tournaments that we're playing this afternoon starts in about an hour. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I've also been pedaling long enough that I'm sweating a little bit, so I think it's time to pop the sweater off. People always like to ask about my glasses. So they've got these weird little arms on them. So that way when you're wearing them under a headset, they stay up on your face and don't rest over your ear. Because anybody that's worn over-ear headphones all day knows that they can get kinda sweaty. One of our lovely sponsored products. Check them out there from Urban Samurai. Yeah, it's really simple, neat thing. You have different going out glasses. My vision is probably not perfect anymore. It's been a little while since I had an eye exam, but I don't need glasses to help see. These are purely blue light filtering to help with eye strain while working over the course of the day. Yeah, man, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. So I leave these on my desk. They're my I'm at work glasses. Hey, Boomflex. Yeah, when I cut the hair and trim the beard, my weight loss is a lot more noticeable, for sure. So I think there's a couple of ways to approach building Venusaur. I think you could build Venusaur with the Executor lead, but there's also maybe merit to exploring Venusaur with single knockout point Pokemon as the lead. Jeff is wearing jeans now. I wear jeans a lot of the time. And let me tell you, chat, if you're somewhat over 30, God, even the young people would probably appreciate it. If you enjoy the look of jeans, but you don't enjoy that classic stiff jean feel, like I'm sitting there pedaling in these. If you haven't picked up jeans that have a small amount of spandex in them, stretchy jeans, let me tell you, they are life-changing. You actually just can't go back. You get your first pair and you put them on and you're like, I'm gonna throw away all of the jeans I currently own and replace them with these. Ty Glorious, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, we're going first, which means we're sad to be leading on Machop here, but that's what it is. I would love a Ralts, thank you. Gallade's probably pretty good against the average fighting deck. It cleans out most of their stuff in one shot. Do you think competitive Venusaur requires Rocky Helmet, or does it get by on just its sustained potential? I have no idea. That's one of those questions. Something we've been talking about a lot is I am very not confident in the details surrounding like what utility cards you want to be playing in your decks right now. A lot of different potential good and bad answers to that. All right, let's put Krillia out. Let's put an energy on here, and then Gallade is charged up and ready to go here. Yeah, Venusaur Shaman, and then like a third one knockout point Pokemon seems really appealing. If they clear our Machop here, I think we're actually winning by a lot. I think it's actually bad for them to knock out our thing here because we have the Gallade and we clear them back and they're not ready to attack with their backline one at that point. That actually doesn't matter. This deals 110, bud. I guess maybe they just want to take less damage thinking we're type effective into them, but Gallade's just about to put them in a box in the ground here. Not all heroes wear capes, but this Gallade certainly does. If you want good thoughts on countering Darkrai, you can check out the new Dex Roundup video this morning on the YouTube side. I had a bunch of things in there, and I talk about how they could or couldn't be good, bad, or otherwise into that matchup. But we'll hopefully understand Energized Blade a little bit better after this match. So if you're just joining us, the idea of this deck is relatively straightforward. Gallade is a stage 2 that's good when going first. Machamp is a stage 2 that's good when going second. When we're playing 2 stage 2s together, the odds of us assembling one of them is pretty good. Especially with Pokemon communication in the mix. We are going first, and we have that Gallade while going first, which is incredibly strong. Again, cards that like going first are ones that have stage 1s with 1 energy attacks and stage 2s with 2 energy attacks. Type advantage is troubling here against our opening. It might just be giving up a knockout point to start. If they have Dawn, they actually kill the Ralts on one. Now, something that's noteworthy here is that Gallade clears Wheezing in a single shot with 1 energy because of weakness. It'll do 70 plus 90 from an plus 20 from an energy plus 20 from weakness. So we have to pivot a little bit on our initial plan because they have the type advantage. But I think we're still going to be at most. Oh, wait. Wait, why didn't they? I would have thought they would have Darkrai. I was expecting them to Darkrai kill this. I feel like them not taking that knockout point is really good for us. No, this one dies too, though, because of... Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. They're right. All right, we're super dead. Unfortunate polarized type advantage game there. Needed our Machop lead to buy us time. If you're interested and you missed the tournament over the weekend, I posted a highlight of my singular favorite match from the event on my Hooglandia Pocket side. And then the full tournament stream is both on Spraggle's YouTube channel and my Twitch channel. So Twitch has video archives too if you want to watch it on my side. But if you're watching it on YouTube, Spraggle's has it up on his. I need your help with my pack points. Do you recommend using it on supporters or 2-star full arts? It really depends on how much you're spending. If you're someone that's going to keep spending until you open the cards organically, you should save your points to buy 2 stars. But if you're a smaller spender, you should spend your pack points on cards that you want to play games with. I would expect the Cressula EX as Lapras EX 2.0. Card seems real bad. All right, Misty, are we going to play a game or are we moving along here? Ooh, we get to play a game. I just have to build up the Machop on the bench, yeah. The way these breakpoints hit. Do you think the Darkrai deck is top meta? I think the Darkrai deck had a breakout weekend, and the way metagames and card games work, there tends to be some ebb and flow. So we won't really know if the Darkrai deck is at the top of the metagame and unbeatable until we've had 2 or potentially even 3 weeks worth of tournament results. I know it's not the sexy, exciting answer, and you want the answers now, but wait and see is the appropriate response here, as always. They have a copy of Leaf. This Vaporeon gives them a lot of scary maneuverability with their energies that they have. With the Palkia on the bench. Any non-Darkrai decks you're going to try Magnezone in? There were 2 non-Darkrai Magnezone decks in the new decks roundup this morning. Are you thinking about switching to the... No, they're just wasting time? Sure. Just let me know that your Pokemon ability exists. The Luxray deck from the new decks roundup this morning has been gas. Thanks for showing it. Glad you're having fun with it. I'm going to be 2 turns off of attacking with this anyway, so I think I wait to use the Pokemon Communications. Although I suppose if they have a copy of Sabrina, I could save this from getting cleared, but if they clear this instead of hitting them a champ, that's probably a win for me, yeah? Oh, I messed up because of Rocky Helmet. I lose to Leaf because I didn't put a cape on it. It's a pretty big mistake. Yeah, GG opponent. Should have put a cape on our hero. That game was close for first energy advantage. I'm having first energy advantage. I make one less mistake. I might be able to get across the finish line there. I don't know if this deck wants more than 4 basics. You really kind of don't have a ton of room. And this deck's probably bad either way, so just like building around your stage 2 sounds appealing. You have to cut your capes to... You have to cut your capes to fit in. Other basic Pokemon is literally the only flex slots here. Hey, Vano. Good to see you around again. Yeah, the pocket stuff's been solidly successful. And it's been a ton of fun, more importantly. Traditional. I hadn't realized how many aspects I missed of a traditional card game being away from one for so long. Thanks for the 45 months, Vano. Hey, that's incredibly generous, Wardo. I really appreciate the direct support. The Turbo Rat. Thank you for the 5 months. Thanks for doing the massive street and then still pumping out the videos of better reports. Yeah. I do, I'm gonna let you know that those aren't just like for you all, right? I'm a little bit selfish. Those better reports happen every week because it's the type of content I enjoy consuming. And that's actually the real secret. If you're someone that's thinking about making stuff on the internet, the #1 secret to having successful content is you should make content that you would want to watch. He's giving away the secrets, yep. Alright, and with the Machamp chilling in hand here, we won't attack this next turn. We're going to just put our energy on. And then wait to clear the following turn. And then, because we had first energy advantage, and their Misty hit Tails, unless they find another Misty here, we should be able to run them down before this Gyarados gets set up. We're probably gonna need a Gallade in the background to finish the Gyarados. Because what, we'll go We'll go clear this, they'll go second energy. We'll clear this, they'll go third energy. We'll get to hit this once. So I am gonna need a stage 2 on one of these, unfortunately. Heyo. You create the deck display visualizations of the video by hand. My video editor does all of the graphics in my thing, and I don't know if they do that automatically or manually. And then this Gallade should be GG as the follow-up here, because we'll get one Kraken on the Gyarados before they clear us back, and then this will be ready to finish it up. It's always been one of the prime draws of your content to me. Even if I don't always agree with your conclusions, I never doubt your authenticity and reasoned approach to things. Yep. And then, honestly, even if the Machamp, even if they were +1 energy here, the Gallade survives a hit from the Gyarados, right? So, like, even if they were putting the Gyarados up and clearing this here, we'd still be in a fine spot, yeah? His conclusions are math. How can you disagree? That's not true. There are plenty of things that are subjective opinions in my data-driven videos. I just do my best to always make it clear when I'm telling you something that is factually and data-based and something that is a conclusion I'm deriving from the data. In general, data is useless without educated conjecture or context. Thanks, Cryptic. They did deal 100 damage with no energy. Rocky Helmets and Frogs will do that. Yes, exactly that. Mewtwo performed poorly this week. Here is why I would wager why. All right, first energy advantage, looking for a Machop to start. So we always want to start Machop when we're going first, and we want to start or when we're going second, and Krylia / Ralts when we're going first. Dark energy with Froakie here. Darkrai Greninja put up some results this weekend in a couple of places as well. Could be another Darkrai variation to keep an eye on. This is 66% to be our basic for this. Swing and a miss. I think I'm gonna communication on 1 here, because if I communication into our basic for this, I want to play it out. And obviously, if we get Machoke here, I'm happy with that. I was like, actually the worst hit in the deck. Machoke would have worked for this. Basic would have worked for this. Even the stage 2 for this would have been something we were missing, but getting the redundant copy here is big oof. There's the Darkrai. There's the Frogadier. Why are the new dark types weak to grass and not fighting? Because bug types are rolled into grass in Pokemon Pocket and Pokemon TCG. So it's very common for dark types that aren't poison to be weak to grass as a balancing perspective. No copy of Dawn there is good for us. I think with no Machoke in sight, I'm gonna start powering up a second Machop on my bench. That way I can have a full health Machamp when we wanna tussle later. Yeah, with them having their stage 2 on curve and us missing both of ours, we're probably in a rock and a hard place. I think that is actually my singular least favorite design choice Pokemon Pocket has made so far. It is incredibly frustrating and silly to me that we have reprints of characters in this game already, and both of them are unplayable. Like, I understand sometimes there's gonna be pack filler and not every card can be good, but it's such a strange decision to me to print Rhydon twice and both of them are bad. Hey Jeff, I'm curious what your thought process is behind deciding if a deck is tournament worthy or not. Well, if it's good, it's tournament worthy, and if it's bad, it's not. I forgot to click the thing. Sorry, opponent. There's so many screens at the end. I wish they would optimize that UI a little bit. am idly just like trying to click to get to my next game and miss the thanks button far too frequently. We're going second. We have a full Machamp line. Could be a quick game for us. Exactly what we're looking for. Awesome to see so many people in here still hyped for exploring new decks and cards here, even a number of days after we've released. Got up to 1,700 people on Twitch this morning already. We've got over 1,000 on YouTube. Got a bunch of new subscribers on the YouTube side, new followers on the Twitch side too. If you're not familiar with me, welcome. My name's Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here between Twitch and YouTube. You're gonna find me here Monday through Friday during the week, working kind of normal work hours, about 9 a.m. till about 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. I really enjoy both optimizing decks and playing them in more competitive settings, so I usually try and fit in a community tournament if my schedule allows every single day. There's usually one of those in the afternoon US time. We also are always trying to work a little bit outside the box, like trying to work on Machamp Gallade here. We're gonna be playing a Mismagius aggro deck in our tournament this afternoon. Who do they not have? This is a tough break for the opponent. Not only do they not have first energy advantage, but they also missed on Leaf and X speed and have to spend their first energy pulling the Charmander out. With us having our full line on curve here, this game's probably done. I guess they could have, they need like triple heads here into Charizard on curve could get us. They're not just done. Moltres is a powerful card that can catch them back up on their energy deficit here. But anything short of 3 here, and I think they're gonna be in trouble. All right, that's not quite 3. Let's see how this plays out. I'm gonna need a second Pokemon line though, aren't I? So I clear, just my Machamp's not good enough to win. Because I clear this, they put up Charizard, they hit me for 60, I hit them for 120, and then they finish me. So I do actually need to find another basic here. Which is not great considering I'm missing all my stage 1s. Alright, if we find Krylia next turn, we're still ahead, yeah? Because I'll have time to build Gallade. It's a shame the cape on the Machamp still isn't quite enough to survive the Charizard hit. And for those of you that are new to Pocket, one of the things you want to do to get better at this game is you see how I counted out the back and forth there over the course of the next 2 to 3 turns? Pokemon Pocket's a game that in a lot of ways is a very chess-adjacent card game. A lot of your plays are face up on the board, and you should be counting out your plays into your opponent's plays to figure out what you need to be doing and what you need to draw and out you need to play to. So I think when we draw this, we're just dead, yeah? No, wait, we have a turn, right? Because they can't blast for 202 turns in a row. So I have one more turn because I get to hit them for 120, and then they Crimson Storm me but go down to 2 energy, and then if I hit my 80 HP next turn, I evolve and don't die to slash, and then I hit Gallade and finish them before they can blast me. So, and this is, I mentioned earlier, the Moltres needed 3 heads. Because the Moltres only hit 2 heads and not 3, I get an extra draw at my Krillia here. We have 2 Krillias and 2 Research and 11 cards, so we're about 1 in 3 to be able to win this game. So we had two 1 in 3s in a row, essentially. And unfortunately, we bricked. And that's, wait. Do we? No, yeah, just bricked, yeah. I was trying to think if there was a line here. This technically doesn't die, but I don't have enough damage, right? Because they had potions plus cape. I can switch to this and then hit for 20, but then I only hit for 50 the following turn. That was a close one. Did variance to break a little bit more in our favor at the end there. Hey, glad you enjoyed the tournament coverage about a sweet deck to play, Lord Bonk. Oh, it's 11:20. We'll pedal for a little bit more, and it'll be lunchtime. If you're new to the channel, do you ever come in and see me bobbing up and down a little bit? I've got a bike chair that I sit on while I play a significant amount of the time. Pokeball. We're probably communicating one of these, right? So I guess I could play one of these in theory too. How do community tournaments work with those spectating in-game client? Well, most community tournaments are just being held for the fun of playing the game. There's not official coverage for them. For the Hooglandia Spraggles Open that happened over the weekend, all the competitors were obligated to join our Discord server, and then players who were called for feature matches were obligated to screen share upon request. But most of the ones that I'm playing in during the week aren't doing like full coverage like we did. All right, we're going fishing for stage 1s and stage 2s here, huh? The second communicator potentially rewards us for holding the routes here as well. Yeah, because with the Machamp draw, I want to go ahead and communicator this one away, yeah? This card not only added some much needed consistency to these stage 2 decks, but it really started adding more complexity in the sequencing that this game offers. What I'm going to say, I think it's going to come to a shock to some of you at home. So maybe you should sit down if you're not currently sitting. But the more I play with this deck, the more I think there is a chance that it's not very good. I know this is very surprising and not what we anticipated from my double stage 2 fighting deck, but we're feeling incredibly clunky. And honestly, in general, it's a good lesson. It's good. I think it's good when we fail live on stream, because one of the things enough people don't understand, because it's easy to get discouraged when you're building new decks and a lot of the things you're trying are bad. Someone in chat said rare miss from Jeff. It's actually not rare at all. Anybody who's innovating decks in a card game like Pokemon Pocket is going to miss way more often than they hit. Most decks are bad. And it's very easy if like your primary source of content is like YouTube supercuts where you can like find good playable decks. It was funny, I was watching a YouTube video the other day and I scrolled the comments because I hate myself. And one of the top comments was, I was surprised you posted a highlight with this after you lost 6 games in a row on stream and looked really frustrated. It just gave me a chuckle, because just like any deck can look good through some editing magic, yeah? I'm surprised we left the Darkrai in here. Was expecting them to retreat. I think we're probably still cooked here, question mark. I guess they don't have a great attacker, so they could... What do? They put up Weavile, crack us for 70 down to 50. Yeah, I'm just dead to the Weavile 1-1, yeah? Alright. I think we're gonna retire this. Delete that one for my potential highlight list after playing with it some more. I want to try Lucario Machamp at some point. I have that in my list of things too. I have a bunch of decks I loaded up. What do we want to do next? We got a half hour to kill before our tournament with Mismagius starts. What do you think about this? I think this has a interesting thoughts behind it. Honchkrow feels like a particularly reasonable card to clear through people trying to do Drudagon stuff, because not only are the Darkrai Magnezone decks doing well, but like Gyarados saw plenty of play this weekend too. And this is just like all one knockout point Pokemon. Oh my goodness, this deck editor puts Arbok in between Murkrow and Honchkrow. Oh man. It's actually borderline impressive how bad the deck editor is. Alright, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. In 2 minutes after the ads are done on Twitch, we're gonna go ahead and play some games with this, I think. Yeah, Lumineon, probably still very reasonable this season as well, so that I want to get back around to. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you're enjoying the vibes of the channel this morning, be sure to tap that like button on the live stream. We have over 1,100 people watching there and only 750 like button pressers so far. I think we can pump those rookie numbers up, huh? Caldrid, thank you for the 5.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. No, the client has had a stark lack of quality of life updates. They've basically been non-existent. We talked about this the other day, and for a background reference, I say this as someone with a programming background. The deck editor in this game feels like a programmer was given a list of features to implement for a deck editor, and they implemented them. And for people who aren't programmers, basically, it's a way to say the deck editor is very functional, but the flow and the way it feels to use is incredibly cumbersome. MSXL, thank you for the 16 months. Put some flares on our cards here. It is a very functional deck editor, yep. I gotta look for, what is it? Haunch Crow? I don't have many of these. Cool, I have enough to get 2 of these though, yeah? Sounds great. Yes, exactly that, Kuden. Alright, let's flare my cards. I know it takes a second to flare, chat, but the shiny things make me happy, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh, speaking of, should I flare my Cyruses too? I should flare my Cyruses too. Hold, please. If I'm not gonna have full art ones, we can at least have flare regular ones, right? Oh yeah, we got 11 of those. Are you still trying to lose some weight, or are you focusing on maintenance now? I would like to lose another 10 pounds and get down to 160, 165. But it's a lot of work to run a calorie deficit, and I've been real lazy. Like, I told myself I was gonna not run a calorie deficit over the holidays and just maintain, and I've been in just maintenance mode since then. Should probably tighten it up here as we head into summer. Alright, let's flare the Cyruses in here too before I forget before the tournament, and then we'll play the... For those just joining us, we're going to be playing this deck in the tournament today. Mismagius aggro is my plan. It was a lot of fun to start this morning. We are trying out other things in between rounds, or while we're waiting. Hey, the Legacy, thanks for the quarter of a year, welcome back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, and they have first energy advantage? That's so bad for us, holy. I need a baby snake. I need a baby snake. Are we cooked, chat? We might be cooked. Am I Rocky helmeting? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. If I draw a baby snake next turn, we might still be fine. The bird is certainly cooked. Whether or not we are in general remains to be seen. Electrovire Enjoyer. Alright, we're gonna take a mulligan. We're gonna take a mulligan. I'm down 100 pounds lighter compared to this time last year, and I've been in maintenance mode for about 3 months. And even then, it's still hard to go negative calories after that much weight. Yeah. You might need to change your name if you're down 100 pounds, I'm Snorlax. You're probably a lot less Snorlax adjacent these days. Yay for achieving healthy goals. Think they could add a mulligan feature? Absolutely not. Pokemon Pocket is already an incredibly low variance game due to its 20 card decks. If you added a mulligan feature to this game, there are certain decks that would almost assuredly be cracked beyond belief. Players always talk about how they want their card games to be lower variance and higher skill, but all I'm going to say is there's a reason we're all here playing a card game based around variance rather than playing chess, a game that's actually low variance and high skill. The variance is part of the appeal. These types of games are better because of it. Having first energy advantage with Farfetch and Articuno is pretty solid for us here. We had a basic next turn, we're probably in a pretty decent spot. Double Potion Gamer. Okay. Assuredly, we can't break out a second basic 2 games in a row, yes? Alright, cool. I was hoping to find one of each there, but we'll take hitting over bricking. Pocket already has a mulligan button. You can see it and go to the next game. Unironically, this. Misty. Oh, they were missing the Palkia. I'm shocked they didn't Misty this. That seems really good for me. Now I do this, I take this knockout point, and then our Bach can lock the Articuno in if it comes back up, or lock the Palkia in. Neither one seems good for us, yeah? So that's why we waited to attach our energy until after they decided what they were doing with the Sabrina. And they're already down 2 potions, so they can't heal this anymore. They could they need like Giant Cape plus Blue to survive this game. And I have a cape of my own next turn, so we don't go down to Giovanni either, which is nice. They need Cape plus Blue on top of having 2 potions in their deck, which seems just incredibly unlikely. It was a slick game. Cape gives the Pokemon you attach it to plus 20 HP. That makes you a hero. It does make you a hero, that's true. Are the promo packs bug? I've got 9 of one thing, 8 of another, and 0 of the others. Nope, that's just how variance works. Would no EX tournaments be fun? Probably not if they happen consistently. Some places do hold no EX tournaments, but I think that's a format that's largely only interesting because it's not super optimized. Personally, I think there's so much brewing and things that people fail to explore in the regular format that I just don't really have an interest in playing user-created ones. How come you don't show chat on stream? I don't show chat on my stream because I'm an experienced content creator who, when I'm responding to a specific message like yours, I read the question out before answering it. I think allowing random people to post random words on your screen means that it allows them to post hateful or bad things periodically, which I'd prefer to not have happen in the content I'm creating. I also find it incredibly distracting and annoying when other content creators have their chat on their screen. It doesn't give me the option to opt out of experiencing their chat. And like we were talking about earlier, I try to make content that I would want to watch, so if I find chat on screen annoying, I'm not gonna do it. Cape on Cressla, eh? Alright, well, I guess we'll get Quack in here if they're not, I'm just gonna leave this up. This is weak to dark, yeah? Is our deck any good? I don't know, it might be. Start playing some games just to try and figure it out. Hey, Fizzy Dragon, thank you for the 83 months. That's a really long time. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. I think we just clear the Mismagius here, yeah? And then they put up Crest, because we'd only be doing 20 to this, so they're going to put an energy on it to heal it anyways. Does Gardevoir's Pokemon ability heal Cressla? Because it attaches it from the energy zone, yeah? That's cute. That's cute. I mean, that's less bad than I was expecting. I don't know. I don't know if it's good, but I hadn't considered that angle of it, I suppose. You know, like, healing 40 per turn isn't nothing. It probably makes it better than Lapras, since it has a 2 retreat cost, but better than Lapras still is a far cry from this card is good, necessarily, yeah? Is double potion too much to overcome? We need to draw second Arbok, yeah? Second Arbok is still lethal here. It means... Oh. Could I have evolved this last turn? I could have, yeah. Could I have evolved this last turn? I guess they just don't Sabrina if I moment. I lose to second Sabrina now, though. Now I lose the second Sabrina because I didn't play the Honchkrow out. But if they don't have second Sabrina, they're just dead on board, yeah? I suppose they could have blue in their deck built around stalling. So we're done here. Imagine if this Mars had been a playable card instead. If it had been blue or Sabrina or second Sabrina. It was a full art. Yep. That's true. They did put me down cards. I did have fewer cards because of the Mars. That is accurate. Okay, so we get to tap this. That's an Arbok, that's lovely. And then we get to curve right on into the Honchkrow. Although it's worth noting, the way Melmetal is templated, it will take 20 less on the bench from Honchkrow's attacks. They need their evolution ASAP here or they're in trouble. How do we feel about Haunch? If I hit this twice, they're gonna go hit me probably, and then Arbok can lock this in, yeah? But I guess Arbok goes down in 1 to it. This is close. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to focus down the Dialga. Yeah, second Melmetal. I don't know that we have a line here. Ben S, thank you for the 47 months. Very, very large lads that are very thick, and we have very small attackers. I have 2 Cyrus. Can I tempo them with those? Is this enough? They're certainly playing 2 copies of Leaf, but the question is, do they have them? And it still takes them an energy with this.
I guess if they have Leaf this turn, they can swap back to the Dialga. Yeah. But now... Oh, I don't have a copy of my own Leaf yet. If I draw a copy of Leaf, I can pull this up. If I pull a copy of Leaf, I can pull this up. I can leave this up and lock it in. I guess I could also Cyrus them again, yeah? What if they don't have their second Leaf here? If their second Leaf is buried, I could... If their second Leaf is buried, I could clear this Dialga and then Arbok lock in the Melmetal. Is a possibility. They probably have capes in addition to their... Damn it. I think that's the game. I think that's the game. I think I maneuvered the best we could possibly maneuver here. Yeah. Alright, on to the next one. That's neat. I think that setup looks like it was going to be exceptionally hard for us to beat, and if they didn't have the perfect double Leaf, we were going to be able to maneuver through it anyways. So that's one of those losses where, like, feels like the matchup's probably hard, and the fact that I had outs in a hard matchup makes me think maybe there's something here. Yeah, the fact that we had lines the way their cards line up into ours is seems good. Our deck definitely prefers first energy advantage. I think I'm going to leave this last bench slot just in case, I want to play one out to play around Sabrina. I'm going to leave this last bench slot open so we have flexibility to play Farfetch'd if we need it. Dawn is incredibly scary out of our opponent's deck here. If they hit even a single heads on this Moltres, Dawn lets them clear the Murkrow next turn. I guess I can put a cape on it. The cape's probably not saving us in many other breakpoints this matchup, so this seems fine. Yeah, Dawn seems super strong in the Charizard deck. Being able to pivot to an aggressive slant against Moltres when that is good for you is quite strong. Hey, Alex, yeah, I'm not doing deck submissions right now, and I don't pause to look at decks while I'm on stream. I do scroll the deck building channel of the Discord server in the evenings typically, though. I did see the Charizard deck playing one Shaman. I feel like I would be surprised if that's optimal, but it's super cheeky if it works. Yeah, I could see a world where the Shaman's better than a Potion. I bet that for $1. It also gives you a 5th basic, which that deck has a hard time finding room for a lot of the time. think Trogdor's just gonna burn us down here, yeah? They just, like, never play a basic. We don't have an out to Sabrina them. Hey, Horo, you currently have an active sub to the channel, so you'll need to wait till your current sub expires to claim the gift sub on the Dice promo. Twitch infrastructure doesn't let me gift subs to people who have an active one. I can pick up 2 points here, but I'm not sure we have an avenue to get a third. Unless they make a mistake. They could make a mistake and play a basic out, and then we could top deck Sabrina with the other Arbok, but if they play this correctly, I believe we're just dead. Does Dawn constitute playing correctly? I guess they can just slash us next turn, so they don't need the energy. This one is done unless our opponent gets Comcasted and loses their internet connection. We've got about 3 minutes till our tournament match starts. I'm gonna go ahead and tap an ad break now, so that way it doesn't happen during the middle of it automatically. Let's throw the tournament deck list we're gonna be playing today up on the screen first, though. I wanna try some more of this Arbok deck later. Feels like there could be something here. So we are gonna be playing some Mismagius aggro in our tournament this afternoon. Has some kind of fighting box vibes, with Azulf letting us attack their bench, and then Mismagius being a bigger attacker similar to Aerodactyl, and then Cyrus kind of tying the room together, letting us drag things up from the bench that Azulf marks damage on. So I'm gonna go ahead and tap the ad roll, and the tournament match will be starting in just a little bit. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yes, those are the new promo Mismagius that just launched. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button. I think similar to promo Jigglypuff, promo Mismagius is probably the better of the two. How you take place in tournaments? I think today's tournament is capped in terms of player count, but most tournaments that take place happen on Limitless TCG. You can check them out there. Yeah, it's after your tournament that I've set up for is a 256 player cap, and it looks like there are currently 500 signed up, so I imagine they'll be at the cap. Is it brave locking in purple for a tournament in the Darkrai world? So it's only brave if you don't understand how weakness works in this game. So while yes, some of my cards have breakpoint, are weak to dark, like Azulf dies in one hit to it anyways, right? Weakness isn't an auto lose in Pokemon Pocket in a lot of situations. It just means your breakpoints that you have to think about are different. Mirexels, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. What do Burn and Confuse do? So Confuse makes your opponent flip a coin anytime they want to attack, and if they hit tails, their attack does nothing. And Burn does 20 damage every time the turn passes, and then the burned Pokemon flips a coin, and if heads, they heal and no longer have, or they recover from the status. They're no longer burned. All right, the tournament popped right when it was supposed to. We get to check in. We are playing against 18 Trainer Pakarisu, which is one of the decks I highlighted in my meta report this morning. Or sorry, in my new decks roundup this morning. Waiting for our opponent to check in here. To set a low bar, I think 18 Trainer Pakarisu is significantly better than 18 Trainer Articuno. Remains to be seen if it'll actually be competitive, but it's much better than the old builds of this type of thing. Get our lovely Hogalandia logo pillow in the background. We've got those on sale right now too. from Emote Z. Check those out if you want a Hooglandy logo of your own. Our opponent is here. Hey, glad you enjoyed the tournament stream, Sly. Was pretty happy with how the tournament stream went overall. We hit the primary goal I wanted to hit past having good commentary was we hit the goal of only having scheduled downtime. So over 90% of the tournament broadcast was showing matches of Pokemon Pocket we hadn't seen yet. The microphone is in the shot. Yeah, that's necessary. So it picks up the voice at a reasonable level. I'm playing Mismagius aggro, Spriggles. Waiting for my opponent to tell me they're ready. Speaking of Spriggles. Alright, he said they're searching. Let's search. As always, I'm going to be paying a little bit less attention to the chats while I'm playing my tournament matches so I can focus up, behave, or the mods will bonk you. We have first energy advantage, which I think is probably a pretty big deal here. Am I opening on Mew? I think I'm opening on Mew. They're obviously opening on Bakarisu. Oh, you know, there is one copy of Mars in my opponent's deck, so I should probably play my Mismagius out here, so I'd be trading 3 cards for 3 if they want to play that on 1. Didn't fully look at their massive trainer list. They found their second Bakarisu, which is their only other Pokemon here. Dig in. That's duck. If I find an X speed, I might put the duck up. They have 1 copy of Sabrina. I'm gonna play the Farfetch'd out, I think, here to be able to Sabrina into if they play it, and then we'll go ahead and Psyshot. Opponent has 2 copies of Giovanni, is noteworthy, lets their Sparking Gadget get up to 90. So after I take 2 hits from this Rocky Helmet, the Mew could be in threat of getting cleared. Oh, there's notably no copies of X Speed in my opponent's deck. There's no X speeds and no Leafs. Is there a Cyrus here? There's no Cyrus, just Sabrina. So, with that in mind, I think I put my energy here and I just pass. Because I likely have a Giovanni, so there's no reason to give up a knockout point here for 20 damage, and my Mismagius is going to need 2 hits on him anyways. double potion could get me. They have one copy of blue too, but I definitely don't want to give up 2 knockout points to a copy of Geo next turn. I'm going to go ahead and evolve because they're playing a copy of Mars. I don't think I'm playing this yet. Ideally, I want to use it to assemble another Mismagius. But I kind of want to wait till I have 1/2 of that, I think. So again, Mismagius confuses on its attack, which means they have to flip a coin in order to have their attack do anything. For those that are new to watching tournaments in Pokemon Pocket, most of them are open deck lists, so my opponent knows all the tricks I have, and I know all the tricks they have. Mismagius, lovely. Put this out. I'll put this out. We'll retreat this back. We'll crack them for 60 because they played a copy of blue. Now they are confused. So the use of blue there to go to 40 would imply that they have both their potions in their hand, because saving 10 points of damage only really makes sense if they have the ability to save this on the following turn. How many Pokemon are left in my deck? Oh, I'm dumb. I said they don't have a copy of Cyrus. There's actually 2. It's at the very top of the list. Okay, well, we need to confuse flip that. I'm wrong. I was like, I double checked. No, there's just so many trainers in the column. Big flip. Big flip. Unfortunate. Them winning that flip means I'm dead to Sabrina next turn if I don't hit my other one of these. Is Mismagius the only Pokemon left in my deck? I think it is. I think this is 100% to be Mismagius. Yeah, cool. Is there any reason to cape my Mismagius? Going to 100. They do have one copy of Mars and can shuffle my hand away, so I think I should play my cards out. Just trying to say if there's any reason to put it on here. I don't think it matters. Putting it on the Azelf could matter. This could buy me a turn potentially. It just doesn't change any of my breakpoints putting on the Mismagius. I guess the cape on this Mismagius means it survives another Rocky Helmet hit. But they probably have Cyrus anyways, so I think this game's gonna come down to the confusion flip next turn. I think we need to win one of the 2 confusion flips this game. Oh, they have 2 copies of potions still. If they have both their potions and 14 cards, does that matter here? I don't think that matters here, right? Oh, it matters if they have Cyrus. I lose to the 1 berry plus their second Cyrus. They need second Cyrus. Loomberry does fix confusion. So we lose the second Cyrus here. One person in this tournament who registered Loomberry. It consumes the berry. They only need to deal 40 to clear this with Cyrus. They can also have 2 potions. If they have 2 potions, they get out of the regional at Cyrus. So there's still 6 cards in their deck, so not a guarantee, but obviously they have an out to win there. Yeah, GG, close game. We win this if they would have bricked their 1 confusion flip. Frustrating to lose both of those. They're about a coin flip to have both of them, and then they won their coin flip on the thing. That's fine. Get to go to game 2 here. Honestly, this matchup's probably hard if they have first energy advantage. I think open deck lists are positive or net negative on gameplay. I think open deck lists make the gameplay far more skill testing and allow the better player to win more frequently. I'm a big fan of open deck lists in general. They have first energy advantage here. Oof. I also think a tournament like this not having open deck lists puts someone like me making content at a distinct disadvantage, and you want to encourage people who are playing in your events to want to stream their stuff. So I'm biased in that opinion, obviously, but I think that's probably the case. Why is Conquest not a thing in Pokemon Pocket? Well, I think multi-deck formats are really awful, so I wouldn't play them even if they existed. Some people have run multi-deck tournament formats, but even if they were offered, you would never see me personally play them. As someone who enjoys brewing and playing off-meta decks, having to build 3 off-meta decks per tournament is really difficult to impossible. Conquest. Conquest is a multi-deck tournament format that things like Hearthstone use. Regular competitive Pokemon TCG uses single deck with no sideboard, so I would expect that is what this will always be. People expecting multi-deck or anything like that are gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna do this and make them have a Geo here, I think. If we don't have a Mismagius, we're probably dead here. We have 3 of those in our deck, I suppose. Playing the other Azalfon actually means Pokemon comes isn't a live draw for it, though. This is that awkward spot. If I don't play out the Farfetch'd, I die to Sabrina this turn that they have one of. If I do play out the Farfetch'd, I die to Sabrina the following turn. So I think we just accept that we die to it this turn. Holding the Farfetch'd also means I can Pokemon communication. All right. Tough matchup there in a round 1. It always feels bad to lose to a deck that's going to have a tough time in the rest of the tournament. I can't imagine that deck ever beats the Darkrai Magnezone stuff, but it was very, very good against us, so hopefully they can dodge. What's the plan here? We're going to go back to playing some more of the Dark deck in between, I think, is the plan. If you haven't watched on a tournament day before, usually I play a different deck than the tournament deck between rounds, so people bouncing in and out can know when we're playing a tournament match versus not. We also throw the little banner up there as a thing to keep an eye out for if you're wondering what we're currently doing. The Magic Man, thanks for the 28 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Running through all of the permutations, AT Trader Pakarisu seems ungodly bad to the Darkrai. Yes, I would not be surprised if it's like sub 10% there. We are going first, which seems not ideal. We'll lead on the Farfetch and then have Ekans in the back. Played Mismagius with Hypno. I don't think Hypno's a playable Pokemon pocket card, so it's not something I'm super likely to explore personally. Its effect is really high variance, and its attack is pretty poor. Would they ever add doubles to active Pokemon off the bench? Probably not. It's not something that happens in paper. I'd be shocked if they did it here. Logistically, it sounds like a mess too. Welcome to a live one, Choco. Oh, Confused and Sleep can't overlap either. Yeah, that's a good call out. I guess we just do this. Do I play around a Sabrina? Most of these fighting builds are on Cyrus, not Sabrina, so I think I just vibe for now. Hey Jeff, these new packs have really pulled me back to Pokemon. I think this new expansion did such an amazing job of highlighting the depth and range of options this game has. Thank you. Nope, that's great. So, Lucario clears the duck here. And then Arbok locks in the Lucario, but then Hitmonchan clears up the Arbok the following turn. So probably in a little bit of trouble here since they had first energy advantage. To clear the Lucario at least. I think I play the Honchkrow out in case they pull it up so it can live. cape, unfortunately, does not save us from the Hitmonchan jabs, even if they miss this because of weakness. Communicating, high probability that Lucario comes out here. Let's see if they brick or not. Is Starmie Lumineon still your favorite deck? I don't have a favorite deck right now. I haven't played with any Starmie Lumineon yet. We spent like 24 hours on stream last week playing all new deck ideas, and I wager I probably have another 20 to 24 hours worth of all new deck ideas to work on this week too. And then we'll eventually get back around to testing things that are like updated versions of old favorites. This expansion added a lot of stuff to do. Honchkrow here, notably weak to lightning and not fighting, which is nice. Rocky Helmet here, notably going to make it so if this hits us twice to knock us out, it's going to get cleared back. And the skill dive here, clearing the threat of Lucario and also threatening so they can't just play a fossil to work towards Aerodactyl here. This card's been pretty impressive so far this set. I like it a lot. All right, so they caped, which means a Geo would clean me next turn. So I think I need to go Leaf to the Murkrow. And they could Cyrus me, but if they're Cyrusing me, then they're not Giovanniing me. I think we're done here. I bet they have fossils in their hand they can't play out because of Honchkrow. How's this week game? I didn't think we were going to be able to win that because they had first energy advantage, but we had some awesome maneuverability there. That game really showed some of the depth that Pokemon Pocket has. So much maneuvering back and forth, giving up these 1 knockout points versus not. I made a small mistake in where I attached my energy to the Murkrow versus the Arbok there, as 800 people in chat pointed out, but ended up being fine with the Honchkrow to run them down. I don't think it really mattered. It's a tournament. We are playing a tournament round. You will see the tournament round banner up, and we'll be playing the deck that's listed in the stream title. Add main, thank you for the over 7.5 years. I appreciate the 91-month resubscription. Welcome back. Jeff, what core would you start with Venusaur? I think when I eventually get around to trying Venusaur, I want to start with a build that has 2 single knockout point Pokemon as its pairing, as opposed to Executor. 4 kicks. Thanks for that brand new primer. Appreciate you helping us reach our full-time Pokemon Pocket sub goal, or keep us above it there. We're a little bit above still. Yeah, Shaymin, Venusaur, and then I don't know what the third line is. You've known Jeff longer than you know me. Yeah, Admin and I actually used to share hotel rooms, traveling to play Magic the Gathering periodically. One of the fellow folks who was silly enough to travel around the country doing that with me. Midwest Magic grinders circa a decade ago rise up. This goes down to 100. The Rocky Helmet doesn't really change it. I really needed to hit Honchkrow here, I think. Several otherwise, I think, if they have their evolutions on curve. Our tournament round has 7 minutes in it, so we'll probably run an ad break after this to prepare. So we tapped this last turn, so I had the option to Cyrus it up. I think I actually want to put the energy here, because I think ideally I want to pressure these with the Honchkrow and force them to like build up energy on this slowly. I think we're in trouble either way though here. Rampardos is real good. The stretch goal for Dice Streams is Stage 30. You can clear that one. If you're enjoying it, wanna grind some more? Unless they're incredibly bricked on Rampardos here, we're probably dead. They don't have it. Oh, this just does 70 because of weakness, too. All right, we're torched. All right, let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We are real close to the next round of our tournament happening where we are playing Mismagius aggro. Lost a tough matchup in the first round to 18 trainer Pakarisu. They were just consistent aggression ran us down. We're trying to, and that's honestly losing round one. So I built this deck because in theory it lines up well into Darkrai EX. But it's kind of a lesson in why you're better off just playing the good deck in a tournament, generally speaking, than playing an anti-meta deck against it. Because, like, if I was just playing Darkrai Magnezone, the Pakarisu deck would never beat us. But because I'm trying to beat the best deck, we ended up running into a tough matchup against a deck that's otherwise kind of awkward. But we're going to stick it out. I want to play a bunch of tournament games and see how this feels against some other things. I'm going to go ahead and hit the adverts. Well, tournament matchup in just a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We're real close to 1,000 likes, so we can get there today. I am going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. One minute till our tournament round pops here, hopefully. Sometimes the rounds run over. It's pretty common for rogue decks to have worse matchups into random stuff than the best decks, because the best decks are the best decks for a reason. Yes, exactly that. I think they'll add other playable modes outside of quick play in the app, such as guild battles, or in-app tournaments. I think in-app tournaments could maybe be a possibility down the line with how strong of a competitive scene is built up organically around this game. I like my shirt, thanks. My shirt is from one of my wonderful sponsors. They were actually one of the tournament sponsors we get into the AM. Like all of the different graphical designs you'll always see me wearing. I have such a great range of colors and stuff. Good draws decide who wins many times. I haven't, and like when someone writes a statement like that in a chat about a card game, Like, do you feel like you're being insightful? Are you like, this is wisdom that nobody who's played a card game has ever experienced? The first thing my daughter said when I got home was she liked my new shirt. Yep. Got comments all the time. Spraggle's got some swag too. I point out that saying whoever draws better is going to win the game happens some amount of the time is silly, because if you come at games like that with the attitude that that's going to happen all of the time, you're never going to get better at these games. While yes, there are some games where you're just going to lose, there's plenty of games where your opponent's just going to lose as well, and then it's like the other 50% of the games where like there's back and forth and decisions to make that you need to focus on and level up, right? Like, to make up numbers completely off the cuff, if you're gonna play games that have variance by design, you just need to kind of accept the fact that, like, you're gonna win 25% of your games for free, you're gonna lose 25% of your games, there's nothing you can do, and then it's the other 50% that you need to focus on improving and getting better at, where you, like, do have agency and can make better choices to win more. Isn't it risky to play a Psychic deck into all of the Dark Red? I think one of the things that's a really common misconception among Pocket players is that type advantage means that a matchup is automatically unwinnable or unlosable. So the Darkrai deck, for example, it having plus 20 damage against Mismagius doesn't meaningfully change the breakpoints, right? Like whether it's dealing 80 or 100, it's gonna have to clear my Mismagius in 2 hits typically with its attack. Jug, thank you for the Prime. That's why I subscribe on Twitch and YouTube, so I get less bad at card games. God bless, good to have you. When are we hosting another tournament? I am coordinating. I can confirm that Spraggles and I are locked into hosting another one after the next hard packs come out. We are between 2 dates, and I'm going to confirm with my tournament organizer tonight which of those 2 are going to be good for us. People who want to plan ahead can save the dates. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Helio. Yeah, it was awesome. Oh, Spraggles, as a fun fact, I looked at I don't have an easy way to compare it on the YouTube side, but on the Twitch side, the Twitch broadcast for our tournament over the weekend had a higher average viewer count than like almost every Pokemon paper TCG tournament for the last like 3 months. Which is a fun and impressive stat, hopefully. Numbers like that encourage Pokemon to like get some official support behind these things and maybe run some of their own. And for the record, I just want to make it clear that I am not saying the paper game is bad or that they shouldn't support the paper game. I'm just saying there are viewers here and people excited to play Pocket, so I hope they support Pocket as well. Just because I know people will try and twist me saying that into something else, just so we're crystal clear. I likely won't be taking deck submissions from viewers until like the end of the week at the earliest. I've still got probably 15 to 20 decks that I personally want to play through and test out, so... Alright, it looks like this round is going overtime, which happens sometimes. So we're going to play another random queue game with the Dark deck. And if we, our match pairs, we'll just concede and give them a thanks. Don't want to sit here for too long not playing games, even if we're chatting. Lightning energy here from our opponent. Could be Pikachu, could be Pachirisu. Zapdos could still be either each. I suppose there was a Luxray Zapdos variation in the roundup this morning that had a result over the weekend. Could be that as well. I think it's the best counter to Darkrai Magnezone. I think there are two good angles to attack the Darkrai Magnezone deck from. One is what this deck is doing with Honchkrow, and it's attacking their Pokemon while they're still on the bench behind the Drudagon. And the other is playing like Infernape or Yanmega style cards that can clear Darkrai in a single hit. I think if I was brewing to beat it, and actually, I guess there's a third as well. The third angle would be, building your deck so, sustain from something like Venusaur or Shaman from their chip damage. I think those are the three axes that are worth exploring to try and attack that archetype. Something I really want to point out. Maybe I'm supposed to Rocky Helmet here. It could go either way. If I draw Arbok, I don't need it, right? While the Darkrai Magnezone deck had a very dominant week performance this first weekend, its performance metrics were actually incredibly comparable to the Gyarados Greninja deck the first weekend of the last season. So I don't think that I expect us to be in like a tier 0 format style situation just because this deck had one good weekend. All right, we have Leaf, so hopefully we can draw Arbok and lock this Pigeon in with us. Nice, cool. Corner is such a powerful game effect. And I'm going to go ahead and put a Rocky Helmet on here, so that way if they want to mark damage on us with the Zapdos, they go down in one more hit. This potion feels strange. I guess it lets them peck me and not die to Rocky Helmet next turn, but they die to it the following turn, right? They still won't be able to retreat. I would love to get my last basic. Drop this other Arbok on the bench. Definitely our best attacker here with everything else weak to lightning. Because this is getting cornered for another turn here and not doing anything, it doesn't matter where I attach my energy, because I'll be able to get one on both of these to get them both prepped for, what's it called? And the opponent's not giving up any energy here, but noteworthy that they're giving up 2 knockout points, which is a big deal. The big question mark next turn is going to be, do they have the Giovanni and the third bench Pokemon to clear Arbok in one? Because if Pikachu comes up here and our Arbok survives the hit, it's going to be a really big deal. Ooh, that could easily be game-winning if we can find a Honchkrow. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I messed up. Well, I don't know. I guess this surviving could be... It could have been right... It could have been right to Leaf and finish with the Farfetch'd. Now, the upside to not doing that is it means I can Honchkrow next turn to hit a backline and then Cyrus it up the following turn. Hopefully they just don't have the Giovanni in the third basic. Alright, there's one. There's another. Do you have the Geo? No Geo here is huge. That's probably the game, yeah? The Cyrus draw? Oh, we had Cyrus already. Yeah, we're probably good to go here. We do this, they hit us on the duck clears. They need like a hat and a potion. This seems so insane for us. Corner is such a powerful effect. It wins so many games. Yep, we're just done here. It doesn't matter. They're just clicking through to let us clear. Get slapping. There must be something in the water today, or the trickle-down economics are in full effect. So we just had our third Shillionaire redemption of the morning. Thanks for watching a ton over the last year and more, Bad. Appreciate it. Our next round opponent is here, and they are playing the Darkrai Magnezone deck. So excited to see if our Mismagius works out in theory, or if we're just scuffed and should drop. Has not responded to my message yet. Halophile, thank you for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. All right, we got a live one. Fairly stock Drudagon, Darkrai, Magnezone build for our opponent here. One Sabrina, one Cyrus, one Communication, one Cape, two Leaf as their utility cards. I think first energy advantage is great. I think we're looking to lead Azulf a lot of the time here. Yeah, I guess we lead this without it. There's the Drudagon. Maybe I'm supposed to lead Mew so we don't take the Darkrai hits. It's probably that's the case. Yeah, actual first time playing against this post tournament takeover. We should lead the character that we don't mind taking damage on. Yeah. It's potentially a pretty big mistake. Do I just truffle shuffle these right away? Make up for it? I think so. I'm gonna play this out to play around their copy of Sabrina, pulling this back up. Preventing them from marking damage on this to start has a lot of appeal. We kind of give up first energy advantage here. If they have Leaf in to Magnezone, we could be in trouble because they could clear the Azulf next turn. I don't think I have a huge incentive to mark damage on this right away. I guess putting 20 on here means we clear it in 2 with the Mismagius through a cape. So maybe I do want to put damage on here, spread it out here. Any thoughts on Blastoise's expansion? Yeah, I love Blastoise Manaphy. We 5-2 top 16 tournament with it last weekend. You can find a highlight on the YouTube channel if you want to see it in action. was a little whelmed by the copies of Dawn in that deck. Probably better as Misty or the other one. And that's the Leaf. Yep. Is that the game? That might be the game, gamers. I guess we have a confusion flip to be okay, yeah? But we have a confusion flip on our basic. BioFafa, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate the support, keeping us above our sub goal. And thank you for the super chat, Llama. I think we confused Ray. Yep. I'll play my other Mismagius out, or my other Mismagius out, working toward Mismagius. And then if they lose this flip, if they lose this flip, they lose a lightning energy, right? Still. I'm worried about stream snipers. If someone needs to stream snipe to win a low stakes community tournament match against me, they need the win significantly more than I do. And we'll be all right. Man, and this is one of those moments where if I would have Azulfed the other one earlier this game, we would be in an okay spot, but because we didn't, I think we're kind of scuffed here. My lack of X speeds has been brutal, but I think we're just dead at this point. Because of that. I don't have a cape or an X speed. I think we're just done here. Yeah, they get to retreat. They didn't even need to leave. Any predictions on what Pokemon will be in the mini set? Probably a Giratina EX. I'd be shocked if we moved off of stage 4 stuff without getting a Giratina and an Arceus. Yeah, hopefully EXs for Empoleon and whatever the turtle's called. Worked on first energy would be an edge, but have Azulf to start, which is nice. Howdy Nukes. Hank, you have some of the least rage among Pokemon Pocket creators. Listen, I used to fly across the country to lose round 1 to missing my 3rd land drop in game 3. All of the variants Pokemon Pocket throws at me in comparison is like very small. I was gonna say, I assume they're entering the active one because Azulf attacks anything, but they're actually doing the back one, sure. Put an arrow into the Bagpipe. tournaments ever guarantee who goes first each game? They do not, because you'd have to like sit there and remake games constantly until the coin flip came up the way you wanted it to, which is incredibly tedious and time wasting. So you're right. It would be more fair if you alternated who had first energy advantage, but it would also be incredibly tedious to implement. Yeah, we need a proper best of 3 client for sure. Is Mew ever useful in this matchup? I'm not sure that it is, yeah? I guess it's okay into the Magna Zone angle. If they don't force the Darkrai to the active spot and they don't have the Magna Zone, the Azolfs can run that down in the back, which is nice. Just keep shooting, 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 just keep shooting. Awkwardness on the damage breakpoints here, though, I suppose. If they Magna Zone and move it to the active spot, having marked 60 on it only lets me deal, puts them to 80, which means my Mismagius is still 10 points short here, which is clunky. Yeah, the Cyrus lets him finish here, too. That means they can't put the Magna Zone up, though, right? Which seems fine for me. Okay, so that's their only Cyrus. They still have a copy of Sabrina, though. Speaking of Cyrus... This might be wrong. It helps me play around Sabrina, though, which is nice. I think I want to mark damage on their Darkrai. Because putting damage on the Darkrai means that even with their 1 copy of Cape, Mismagius clears it in 2. Hey, look, it's the thing we played around. I think I want the flexibility to kill this with Mismagius. It's close though. I mean, that saves me a Cyrus, yeah? I should have Pokeballed. I'm just lost in the sauce. We draw our other, what's it called? Mischievous this turn, it's on me. I need to play this out this turn now, so that way I don't lose to Sabrina. Otherwise, I lose to Sabrina. We put the energy on here. We clear the Magna Zone. They're through their one copy of Cyrus. They used it to pick up a single knockout point, which I think was probably a mistake on their part. They have no more healing or sustain in their deck. So, what's the line from here? They've not played any copies of Leaf. They have 2 of those. I have another Cyrus in my deck, though, too. So I think it's Cyrus, grab this, X-speed this out, hit them with the Mismagius. And then they die 2-second Cyrus, which is 20% next turn. And then I'll play my other Mismagius out here so we don't die to their copy of Sabrina. No more healing, no potions or capes out of them from here. That 20 damage we marked with Azalf earlier in this game, being potentially very instrumental in allowing us to win it. All right, 20% to win the game on the spot. We're not dead the following turn though, so. Are we 100% from here? I think this is checkmate because we have the research. So research draws us 2 of the remaining cards. And then next turn, they cannot Leaf and Sabrina because the Drudagon is in their active spot. So long as I pull this out and put up the 140, my opponent can't get a knockout on my active Pokemon and they can't pull something else up while also retreating this. And then, oh, I guess we weren't 100%. There were still 2 cards in my deck. We were incredibly likely. So long as our second Cyrus wasn't the literal bottom card, we were good here. What an incredibly fun and interesting game of Pokemon Pocket. I don't know if this deck is good, chat, but it's definitely generating games of Pokemon Pocket that I enjoy, which is all I really want out of life, right? Like, I just want to play fun games, and this game feels like an incredible showcase of win, lose, and the third one in the match. Like, this was an awesome game to play. It's all variants. The game is all coin flips and no skill expression. Sorry, that's what I meant. Hopefully we can have first energy advantage here. Our opponents had first energy advantage in the first 2 games. We pulled through that one, but I want to start on an Azulf and I want to have first energy advantage. My 2 requests. Okay, step 1. Step 2. Oh god, the rest of the scene is turns though. Ooh, this is the monkey paw opener for sure. Big monkey paw action here. In the active, yeah, so we can as off the bench one here. That's right, we're gonna draw research and hit our Mismagius in the basic. Oh, they have Pokeball and research. Can I have a research, please? You always feel so incredibly behind when they open research and you don't. All right, there were worse draws in the deck. Please don't make me time you out while I'm playing a tournament match, thanks. Should probably add some more mods on the YouTube side. I think I probably want to Psychic Arrow, lovely, the Magneton at least one more time, because hitting it twice means that, I'm gonna hold this because of my communication. Hitting it twice means that Mew gets to clean it up. Our opponent did have double research here, yeah, so good chance they have all of their things. I guess part of me wants to tap this, though. I think I'm putting the energy on Mischievous, and I think I need to tap the Darkrai this turn, so that way if they pivot into the Magnezone I have play. Maybe I'm supposed to play this out because of Magnezone Leaf. They're through 13 cards, they're super likely to have Magnezone Leaf here. Yeah, I messed up. I should have, I don't know, there's the communication. It's so close. I guess if they Magnezone Leaf, I want my best chance to have Mismagius next turn. Okay, this feels like the amount of breathing room I needed. So now we put this here, and we top decked this, so I could go ahead and slide this out here. Them not having it all this turn was a big deal. I think I tap the Magnezone one more time here, so that way Mew threatens to clear it in one. This is a big decision point. There's 2 copies of Dawn in my deck. There's 2 copies of Dawn in my deck. But I have the Mismagius guaranteed. Yeah, I have the X speed to pivot. Only 20% to draw the Dawn. Big confusion flip here. No copies of Giovanni, so I don't need to worry about losing the Mismagius next turn. I think I want a Pokemon communication to try and find my other one for my bench. I could probably wait a turn on that, right? If they pivot to Darkrai with a second leaf, we could be in trouble, question mark. That means we're dead to Cyrus, yeah? It's in their bottom three. I have one Cyrus. What a turn burglar. I don't mind losing after a close game, but I'm just like, what is with freaking video gamers and just like running the clock down when they have it? Game two is sweet at least. Someone said something that maybe I need to go back and look now. Where is it? Someone said we had an opportunity to Cyrus clear the Magna Zone. I need to check if that's true. The card games change, but the card gamers running the clock down before they play the card that wins them the game on the spot remains the same. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just missed it. That's the line, right? Oh, wait. Can you see me? Yeah, you see me. You see what I'm looking at. We probably win the game if I take that line. And see, there's two types of people in the world. There's the people like the person I just banned on the YouTube side that said, this deck is cheeks because you watched me lose 2 games with it after playing that second game. And like, this is exactly why people are so bad at deck building, and they'll never get better at games like this. Like, you can be hyper focused on the results and think about and be like, you hyper focus on the result and be like, oh, I lost 2 rounds in a tournament, deck must be crap. Or we can take a beat and take a deep breath and look back on what we could do better and be like, oh, this game's just incredibly different if I see this line here. For people that don't see it behind me, the Cyrus is second to the left in my hand here. How do you get 2 points after that? You put the Azolf back up and you keep poking the Darkrai, and then you draw your other Cyrus and drag it kicking and screaming to the front of the class and clear it. Yeah, there's two copies of Cyrus in this deck explicitly because it's good with Azolf. I don't think it was a tough match at all. I think it was really interesting with a lot of back and forth. I think the second game showed the range that our deck can have in that matchup. And I think the game is just drastically different if I go ahead and I call it up here and do it. It's such a great. I don't think we're guaranteed to win this by any means, but I think we're likely a favorite from this position if I clear out their Magna Zone. No, we're on 2 Cyrus because it's good with the way the deck's constructed, Duck. Yeah, and that's the big thing. What Joseph said, there's a deck's very similar to the fighting decks. It's built that same kind of core where our deck's just completely non-linear, right? And we made so many choices over the course of that game, but we got to this point here, and I missed the most important one, and we snowballed from there. That's such a great catch. I don't know. Seeing how that game played out and this line here and then the second game especially, like, I really kind of like what this deck is doing. Yeah, given the option, you're probably always supposed to clear the Magna Zone out, yeah? I agree. All right. 2 minutes left in the round. What is the structure in this? And there's people that are playing. Sometimes you won't get pairings at O2. People will drop, but how does it work? I think we're mathematically eliminated from how it is. I think I'm gonna play out the rest of the tournament rounds with this. I think the game was interesting and fun, and I feel like I have things to learn. Let's go ahead and let an advert roll. I appreciate all the reasonable people that are hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna play at least one more round of the tournament with this deck because I'm having fun. Oh, I was muted because I was coughing. Apologies. Have some adverts. I'm having fun with the deck. I think there's a good chance our details here aren't correct. Some people are watching ads now. They won't hear me say that. I'll get over it. What's the Farfetch for? Dealing efficient amounts of damage and only giving up a singular knockout point. So something that you really want to be able to do, especially in a game format where Cyrus exists now, is you want to, if you're playing any single knockout point decks, you want to have enough single knockout points to make your opponent clear 2 of them and then finally end on an EX. Would a Geo over a Dawn let you hit some breakpoints after Azelf pings? Yeah, maybe. Questions like that, right? Like your extra slots. I'm pretty sure you want the X speeds. I'm pretty sure you want the Cyrus. I'm pretty sure you want the communication. So like the cape and the 2 Dawn slots are probably the flexes. I'd be surprised if Spirit Tomb's a very good card. I think new Mischievous is likely better than the old one, so I'm playing it. I think having a coin flip to brick your opponent's attack buys you time in ideal ways. And attacking with your Mischievous, this card's very similar to Jigglypuff in the Wigglytuff decks, right? Like, attacking with this card at all ever is a failure case, and generally speaking, you're just hoping you're never doing it. But in the event that you are hitting your fail case, bricking your opponent's attack 50% of the time is better than a nominal amount of damage. Tomb feels good as a one-of and yet mega egg. So one thing that I guess is interesting about, so a lot of people have talked about Spirit Tomb from a hitting, using Cyrus perspective, but it's more interesting from a hitting breakpoints perspective, right? Like, if you Spirit Tomb something that has 140 life, a Yanmega with a Geo clears it afterwards, or if you hit it twice, a Yanmega without a Geo clears it. So that could potentially be appealing, I could see. Did you make a video about which packs we should prioritize opening? You should prioritize opening Dialga. Actually, I saw some other people make a video on it, but I sat down to talk about it, and it's just like, there's not it would be like a 60-second video. There's really not a lot to say it. At least not that I could think of. You should, both the packs are fine. It really comes down to which cards you prefer. Cyrus is in one pack, Pokemon Communication is in the other, Palkio's in one, Dialga's in the other. I really don't think there's a decided this is the best one. Yeah, we have played some Infernape. In fact, there will be an Infernape video going up on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel as the highlight this evening after we're done streaming. All right, tournament matches are all done. I want to play one more with this deck at least. I'm having a good time and learning stuff. How did the deck perform? We are 0-2 in the tournament, but I'm enjoying the deck immensely and feel like there's maybe something here if we play better and optimize the last few slots. I have a Discord. I do have a Discord server you can follow for updates. Hoping Honchkrow finds a good home. We've actually been playing Honchkrow Arbok in between rounds of the tournament. So we're gonna play at least one more round with this Mismagius deck, but I think we're gonna play some more of that too. It's been feeling all right. I know they cycle old cards out in the standard TCG. Do you think they will eventually cycle out old cards from play-in Pocket Future? Absolutely. But I also think similar to the paper TCG, when they eventually rotate or cycle out cards, they're gonna be on a 2-year cycle. So I would expect cards won't rotate out of Pocket's standard format until fall of 2026. My betting money is on all of our set releases for this first year will have an A letter in front of them, and then all of the set releases for the second year will have a B in front of them, and then when the first C set releases, all of the A will rotate out. Yeah, I bet we'll have a letter code per year, and there'll be 2 letter codes active at the same time. It'll go A to B to C, and when C hits, A will rotate out. And for people that are newer to card games, I know Pocket has a lot of people that aren't familiar. This is your first like traditional card game. So what happens when cards rotate out is they create 2 ways to play the game. So you'll have what's called the standard that will have just the last 2 years worth of cards in it, and then you'll have the everything else that is all the cards on the client. And they do that to make getting into the game for new people more approachable. So that way, if you're someone new showing up 3 years into this game's release, you don't need all 3 years worth of cards, you just need the 1.5 to 2 years to like trade for and collect. What will happen in 2053? All right, speaking of Infernate, my wonderful editor just sent me that highlight. Let's get that uploading to the YouTube platform. God bless Fiber Internet Chat. Live stream to 2 platforms and download and upload videos at the same time. The future is now, old man. Speaking of other things, hopefully this tournament round pairs. All of the matches are done playing. Maybe they have some type of judge dispute. Our editor continues to hit the banger anime reference thumbnails here for our afternoon one. Any cards from release you didn't expect to enjoy playing as much? Garchomp is more competitive than I was expecting it to be. I was not expecting Garchomp to be nearly as good as it is. You've enjoyed. We're probably gonna Garchomp at one of the tournaments this week. Like the Garchomp Greninja deck solidly. Are you considering building other Togekiss decks? I don't know that I plan to explore that a whole lot. We can, while we're sitting here waiting for a second, we can talk through some other things I have cooking. What is it? I want to try some Pachirisu, and I think something that's interesting to explore is single energy retreat costs with X speed and Dawn, because like an aggressive draw this deck can generate is you go energy on Farfetch'd, quack them for 40, and then the second turn you attach your second energy to a Jolteon or a Pachirisu, you X speed out the Farfetch, and then you Dawn it up to your 2 energy attacker, and then get to attack for 80 or more. It's like a really, really aggressive like. We're gonna deal 120 over the first 2 turns. Yeah, looks like round 3 is up, waiting for our opponent to check in. There is no full art Oak or full art Pokeball in this game. It is an incredible punch. You are correct. What else do I want to try? I think playing Manaphy with Palkia and tech cards like Yanmega, Mew, and Tauros is something I want to try at some point. This seems potentially very, very appealing to me. What's another good one? This deck list was one of the ones from the new decks roundup today that I love. I love the fighting box variation, so Kickmonlee Magnezone with only fighting energy sounds potentially fun too. And then my longtime Magic enjoyers, I've got this one in my deck editor as Sly. Which this one? This is probably one I wouldn't be surprised if I load this up and we play like 5 games with it. I'm like, this is trash next, but I feel like there's a world where we could just run people down with this. Do you think they'll ever add the ability to buy specific cards without pack points? So that's the purpose of pack points, is to buy specific cards. What's Chatot do? Chatot's just a 5th 1 energy attack my opponent card. It's the 3rd best 1 energy attack for a bunch. All right, our opponent hasn't checked in, so we've been waiting for a while, so I want to play some games rather than sitting here looking at the screen. So let's do another Arbok Crow game. But like I said, and those are just the deck list that we scrolled through. Those are just the deck list that I like had room to load up into my deck editor here. Is the music a little louder than normal? Maybe. I'll put it down like here. Someone else mentioned that earlier, but nobody else did. Second person probably means it's too loud. There's something analogous to Reach in Pokemon Pocket. Things like Hitmonlee or Cyrus are basically Reach now. Things that attack the bench. Is Galactic Grunt full meme? I would be surprised if the Galactic cards are good, yeah. Even a single Heads on the Misty is real good here. Would you consider Dusknoir, Cressula, Shaman? I actually don't have Cressula EXs. Or do you mean regular Cressula? Either way, that sounds like it's probably more cute than good. What are the breakpoints on the Rocky Helmet? If I hit them for 20, yeah, I wanna put Rocky Helmet on here because without the Rocky Helmet, Arbok would clear this in 3, and with the Rocky Helmet, it clears it in 2. So again, those are the types of things you want to think about when you're playing out a Pokemon tool like this. Is how many attacks do I take them down in? So the Rocky Helmet's gonna mean we take them down in 2 as opposed to 3, which is nice. And thank you for the super chat, Trevor. For folks have been asking, we're gonna open back up to doing viewer submitted deck lists probably at the end of the week. I think I've got 2 or 3 more days after today of things that I want to explore and try. And then we'll open it up to the community. How do you deal with the frustration of hitting 12 tails out of 14 flips? I'd stop playing cards that flip that many coins. That's the reason why I don't play Kangaskhan anymore. I never register cards like Celebi. I would choose to start playing cards that have less impactful coin flips. Things like Executor EX that are still good when you hit tails. Having Palkia locked in a room with us here. Arbok has been so insane this set. Consistently stellar. Friendo. Friendo. And then the Haunch here actually means we're just done, right? If they don't have a cape for the Manaphy, the Crow just like picks it from the back line and gets our last 2 points. We'll peck your eyes out. We'll peck your eyes out. Nev, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. We need some voice slides for you to switch Pokemon to the active spot, yeah. There's that. Yeah, so I was talking about Reach. Punch Crow. Like Hitmonlee is a little bit of Reach. going second. I don't have any evolutions here, so I think we lead on Farfetch, get quacking right away. Is Arbok Darkrai potentially good? Maybe. Darkrai's definitely a little bit worse when you need to put multiple energy on your lead attacker to start, but it could still be fine. I can see a world where Arbok Weezing plays 1-2 Darkrai as its 5th and maybe 6th basic. Is something that's on my to-do list eventually. I think we just drag Palkia to the front of the class area. We can bring it up again with Cyrus. Did I put Rocky Helmet on in case they hit me? What do the breakpoints look like? I go 40, they go 30, I go 40, they clear me. That would be 40, 40, 120. So if I put the hat on the duck and they just keep attacking me, one of these clears it on the back cracks. That seems fine. I don't think it's remotely accurate to say that Mewtwo was power crept. I think it's accurate to say that they printed a new card that has a good matchup into Mewtwo, and that thing that has a good matchup into Mewtwo is popular, so Mewtwo's currently having a bad time. But that's pretty different than power creeping it. I also think I would wager most Mewtwo players haven't really tried to innovate meaningfully at all. So just because they're not good against like the existing builds doesn't mean they couldn't be good into other things. Or couldn't be rebuilt to be decent into Darkrai. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think a lot of the people who have been playing Mewtwo because it was one of the best decks for a while have been desperately looking for something else to play anyways. And I think it has less to do with power creep and more with people just like being ready for a change. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have put this energy last turn on the Murkrow. Because if I would have put the energy on the Murkrow, and I didn't hit on either of them. That's so sad. That's so sad. Would have been able to clean out this Palkia here. Awkward. I guess I'm doing this. That way I can play around to Sabrina. I don't want them to Sabrina up something with energy on it. Mort Fam, thanks for the brand new primer. Appreciate it. I feel like gamers don't understand the word power creep. I think a lot of people just think my cards are less playable, ergo they were power crept, when there's a lot of different things that could result in that, yeah. How do you counter Darkrai and Magnezone? I think there's 3 primary angles you can work to counter Darkrai and Magnezone from. I think one of them is attacking their things while they're still on the bench, which is what we're trying to do with this deck and Honchkrow. I think you could try and clear them with 140 shots with things like Yanmega having weakness or Infernape. And I think you can potentially also... God, Cyrus is so good. I think you can potentially also use something like Venusaur and or Shaman to have enough sustain to outlast them. If we dodge a Greninja here, we might have a chance, but Greninja's going to clean us out for sure. Palkia picks up a knockout point, and then our surviving thing will get cleared by the frog. Yeah. close game considering they hit what, like 6 heads on Misty in this game, and it was still pretty close. That's one of those like, well, our deck lost the game, but it was like close when it had no business being close. This is your reminder, if you're a fellow old, you've probably been sitting for too long like me, you should stand up and stretch your legs. Maybe grab a drink of water. Good on you if you were already standing at your desk. If you're someone that's new to the channel and you're thinking, Jeff, fellow olds, you're not talking to me, are you? I have a very simple test for you. If you've ever felt injured when you woke up because you slept funny, I'm talking to you. Stand up and stretch your legs. To the couple of folks who asked, why did I leave the last game? We weren't dead yet. So Pokemon Pocket's a game that's very chess adjacent. You need to be thinking multiple turns in advance. And I left that last game not because I was going to lose it that turn, but because there was no longer a permutation of cards in my deck that allowed me to not lose the game over 2 to 3 turns. I think it was 2 turns if I recall the specifics, but I mean, having that type of forward thinking is very valuable. Nice. We have all of our lines here. The question is, are they going to be enough? Our lack of Leaf here is unfortunate. I think if I had Leaf in hand, we would build the Honchkrow right away, but I'm not playing X-Speed. We're only playing Leaf, so I can't, like, research into my energy discount, which is kind of clunky. Let's go dig in. There's a Leaf for later, maybe. I think it's this and Quack them. If they have Charizard on curve, we're probably in trouble. If they have Charizard, and they hit even 1 coin on the Moltres, we're in trouble. If they full brick this Moltres, we have a shot, but otherwise I think we're a little bit too slow. Yeah, 2 heads means Trogdor is gonna run us down, I think. Do I have a line here? So, I get to clear the Moltres. And this is, again, that type of forward thinking you want to have. So I do this, and then I leaf out the Farfetch so it saves an energy. I pick up 2 knockout points. They put up Charizard and clear Arbok, picking up their first point. Then the following turn, I Sabrina something up from the back and crack it with Farfetch, plus put an energy on here. And then if I top deck Arbok, I can Cyrus up the thing that I Farfetched and keep it locked in with Corner. So that's a good example of building your line to win the game. Are we guaranteed to win when we build this line? No. There's 7 cards in my deck, and I need to draw the second copy of Arbok in those 7 cards. However, we're not 0% here. So we're going to keep playing a game that we're low probability to win because there is a permutation we can win here. So at the very start, we were talking about how I left the last match because there was no sequence of cards or plays that got me to victory. Here, we're a low percentage chance, but we can build a line that involves us winning today. So we're going to keep playing because we have a shot. There's an out. We are, in fact, saying there's a chance. Yep. And that's one of the other appealing parts of playing this deck. We've got 1 Sabrina and 2 Cyrus. So we get a lot of control over what our opponent... Oh, you know what? Oh, I messed up here. So I should have waited to see what they put up with Sabrina before I attached my energy here. Because if they put the Charmander up so they can retreat it for 1 energy, Honchkrow could have picked it off for our last point next turn. So, let's see what they do, but if they put Charmander up, my energy's on the wrong thing. Yep, okay. I've now made a mistake. So, I would have had almost a guarantee. I suppose Charmeleon plus Potion or Charmeleon plus Cape beats that line, but that's 2 pretty specific things, yeah? I still have the Cyrus into top deck Arbok line, but we're only 1 in 6 to hit that now. What if they only put up Charmander because they put the energy on Ekans? Well, if they put up Moltres in that spot, we end up right back in the same spot. But I didn't give my opponent a chance to make a mistake. Oh my goodness, they don't have the Charmeleon and we win without the Arbok. Cool. Cool. I can't believe that. Yeah, yep, we take those. We take those. What an absolute clinic in playing to your outs. Come here, bud. Step into my office. Pretty sure this is a canon event. Ekans beats Charmander. Those games like that, I think, I have so many people that get snippy when I call this game chess adjacent just because there's some variance in it. And games like that really highlight how you're supposed to be thinking about this game strategically. Which is, these single knockout point Pokemon decks always have some of the most tactical gameplay because you can give up the most knockouts and use your knockout points as resources essentially. McDonald, thank you for the 2/3 of a year, but enjoying the YouTube content for Pocket. Thanks for keeping me around. Yes, the variance is where the adjacent part of chess adjacent comes in, exactly. Yes, we had a no-show for the tournament round because we have a mediocre record there after making some mistakes, but I'm gonna hang out and see if we can get another match or 2 before it's done because I like our deck and I feel like we're learning from playing the Mismagius deck. We'll probably play some more of it in the random queue if the tournament matches don't happen, but for now I'm gonna wait and see if the tournament matches happen. I don't think I'd currently make any changes to what we're playing. I think there's merit to experimenting with like splitting the leaf with X speed or playing 2 Sabrina and 1 Cyrus or vice versa, but none currently offhand. Those like supporting details I think have a lot of play. Where am I from? I live in central Illinois, about 2 hours south of Chicago. Unmarked damage on something in the back here, even if they retreated out. That gives us a Cyrus target later, and I don't have another supporter to use this turn anyways. Can I get a baby crow, please? I cannot. Rip. I got this one, though. I'm gonna gobble this. I think I'm gonna gobble this. Because if I gobble this one up, and then they put Drudagon back up, the Drudagon's a guaranteed second point with the corner. Sabrina Cyrus has been a stellar 1-2 punch for this deck a bunch of times. What's the point of splitting 2 cards like a Sabrina and a Giovanni or an X-Speed and a Leaf? Isn't one of those cards generally better depending on the deck? Not always. To give it a good example, because I think X-Speed and Leaf getting split is one of the cleanest examples of a split that's worth doing a lot of the time, is that Leaf is going to be better when we're retreating our stage 2s in this deck. But the big benefit that X-Speed has is X-Speed lets you reposition X-Speed lets you reposition your starting Pokemon while not occupying your supporter usage in the early turns. So you can play it alongside Research, which is nice. I'm surprised they haven't put energy on Greninja. Alright, so Duck quacks Drudagon here. I think because I used my Sabrina aggressively, I don't really have lines here. I guess if I draw, so if they go third energy, I go Arbok, hit you next turn, they go fourth energy clear. Wait, they put Greninja up? That's gotta be wrong, yeah? Are they putting the energy on Greninja? Are they just not playing around a cape? I think they're just not playing around a cape. Oh my goodness, they just didn't play around cape and now they're dead? Lovely. Dawn could get us here. Yeah, but Dawn's not a card the opponent's archetype typically plays. And actually, with the second Ekans here, we didn't even need the cape, right? And even if they have a copy of Dawn or something here, yeah. They definitely should have just put the Gyarados up. Corner's a mechanic it's so tough to play around, and people make so many mistakes like this into it. Even if they hit this Misty, I have the second Arbok, so we're good to go. It's really, really clean. All right, I need to run to the restroom. I'm gonna throw this deck list up on screen, and we're gonna take an ad break while I do that. I think we're gonna play something else when I get back, because I'm pretty happy with this list. Feels like a clean mix of stuff. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out. Don't go nowhere. We got plenty of pocket coming up today. A ton of people hanging out, and I'm excited to play some more things. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream, but there's some folks lurking that haven't done that yet. BRB. BRB subs, we're in the bathroom. Alright, what do we want to play next? That was fun. Should we do some Pakarisu? I feel like I want to do some Pakarisu. Or should we do the slide deck? Maybe we should do the slide deck. I feel like this one's gonna bomb and I need to get it out of my system so I can delete it from my deck editor. What if we just played all of the most efficient one energy attackers with Giovanni? I think the answer is we get run over. Maybe. Let's find out. Super Freak, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. This deck certainly loves first energy advantage. Give me a mana fee. Oh, yeah. No cape. No cape. One-time dealer. No cape. One-time dealer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the... Oh, my goodness. I just drew on autopilot. No. No. I'm so fat and dumb. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. You're always supposed to draw your cards first, chat. I'm gonna break 30 years of Magic the Gathering at some point. Thirty years of Magic the Gathering. Mental shortcuts. We'll break them eventually. Blaze, we do viewer submitted decks usually a couple of times a week. We don't do it right after the new expansion, but probably Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday we'll resume doing that on stream, where people can send in decks, and then I will play decks that people sent in. I think we're probably 0% once they hit Misty plus mana fee, yeah. Alright, I deserve that one. Everything lined up too well, and we took our shot and threw it away. On days when we're taking viewer submissions, there'll be a link pinned above the chat with instructions. plenty of lightning energy. Oh god, all of our birds get cooked by lightning, chat. I do not really intend to play bad things like Gengar until people submit them. There's too many things that are maybe good that I might want to play in tournaments to test out, to like spend time playing cards that are probably still aggressively mid like Gengar. This charges up. Look at this chat out doing its best far-fetched impersonation, gamers. Does Magneton kill everything in my deck in one? It does, right? Not Skarmory with a hat. Skarmory with a hat lives. Oh, I guess putting Farfetch'd up to clear means if they have Electivire, Electivire clears us on the backswing. I don't think we beat Magnezone Blast 3 times, right? If they're not in the zone, we have a shot here. They are in the zone. Yep. All right, remember when I said it would take me like 5 games before I wanted to delete this deck? I was wrong. Number was much lower than that. You tried Pachirisu 18 trainer. Nope, deck is trash. It's better than 18 trainer Articuno. But that's a super low bar. All right. Might have a tournament match here, theoretically, I suppose. Although we could also have a no-show again, so I think I'm just gonna keep playing games. Let's play maybe not trash Pachirisu. See, I actually would disagree with the idea that Pachirisu is 18 trainer Pachirisu is super fun, but different strokes for different folks. Like the thing that I enjoy in playing games like Pokemon Pocket is like puzzling out how we're winning every game. And the Pachirisu deck is probably going to be the least varied of any deck you could ever play in Pokemon Pocket, yeah? Elfman, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for keeping us above our sub goal. Did I manage to make Luxray work? Yeah, there was a Luxray deck in the new decks highlight this morning. There's a few people that have been working on it. I think that card is potentially one of the promising ways you can attack the Magnezone deck, Magnezone Darkrai deck. Hitting their bench seems quite strong. So this is the kind of fun sequence that Dawn enables in this deck. We're a little bit short of cleaning out the Mew, but with the X speed here, we get to do the Truffle Shuffle off the Farfetch, and we get to quack them on 1 and still eat our Sparking Gadget Cake on turn 2, which is sweet. I don't know that this particular deck is necessarily great, but I think the idea of exploring single retreat cost Pokemon with X speeds and Dawn so you can shuffle around and keep pressure on in spots like this is really interesting. Potion. Okay. Oh, Potion just lets them hit me. That's interesting. Oh, I guess them marking 20 on me means that, them marking 20 means Mewtwo clears me in 2, yeah? That makes sense. Am I supposed to switch here? Maybe I'm supposed to switch and EV them. My deck's not that resource hungry. It might be wrong to let them mark damage with the Mewtwo here. I guess they charge to a point where they can clear the Pocket Resources in 1 now. Was I supposed to just leave this in and let them clear it, and then if I drew another tool for this, this would be lethal? That might have been the line. Research. Okay, this is finds a Jolteon, we could be in the home free. No Jolteon. No Jolteon, but Rocky Helmet means that we potentially still have Line Syria. Oh, and actually, so we quack them. And then we're good to go here. We do get cleaned by Osiris here, is noteworthy. But otherwise they need to pivot. We have 2 knockout points from cleaning the Mew. I could shuffle to the Jolteon and Dawn, but then I end up with no energy on the Pachirisu. And they can't just clear us with the Gardevoir here, because then they lose to the Pachirisu on our bench. They might just like have Osiris and be trying to draw to it here by buying time. That's what this feels like. So they're gonna go to the healthy Mewtwo. But they already researched this turn, right? Or did they? No, they didn't. I'm wrong. They have a Geo. Geo would be bad for us. Yeah, Pokeball must have been their card for the turn. This takes a hit back. And now we get to pivot the Jolteon up. What do you got to show me, toddler girl?
Do you know what it says?
What does it say?
No, you
I can read it in just a little bit. Okay.
have.
What, Haley girl?
I love you.
I love you too. All right, average Jolteon here hopefully means we're done.
I want to
I guess if they have another Gardevoir here, they could get us, or they could stall another turn.
Hi, chat.
How was music class?
Why would you laugh?
I was laughing because you're adorable. Was music class good?
Yes,
You were a good listener?
yes,
Yes.
yes. This is for my music class.
It is.
She's not going to be on second music class.
Oh, okay.
There's a new teacher coming in. It's my teacher's. It's my new teacher's. What?
Your new teacher's friend? That's fun.
But she's a teacher.
All right, so we need average variance on the Jolteon, and then so long as they still don't have Cyrus, we're good to go. Need two heads here. 3 heads wins the game, but 2 heads, 3 heads wins the game. Cool. So long as we hit at least 2 there, the Pachirisu will be able to clear everything on their board, which is nice.
Yes, you died, Doug.
We got them. We knocked them out.
Yes, we win.
We did win. Okay, you should go get a snack before dance class, okay?
Okay, but you have to take me.
Okay. Love you.
We
All right. We have a tournament opponent. They are playing Dialga Licky Licky against our Mismagius aggro deck. My toddler did not close my door. Okay, Azulf to start. Yep. My office is in my basement, but my basement is fully finished with like 9-foot ceilings, so it's basically just another room of the house. Well, mostly finished. There's one storage room that's not finished. So our opponent has 2 Dialga, 2 Licky Licky, 1 Mew. I assume they're playing new Licky Tongues that retreats easier. Yep. They did not play out what they Pokeballed up because they didn't want us to be able to Azulf it. Smart. What are their utility cards? They've got 2 Cape, a Potion, a Cyrus, 2 Dawn, a Sabrina, and 2 Leaf. Sabrina makes me want to play out the other Azulf here, I think. Although maybe I'm supposed to hold the other Azulf and build second Mismagius, potentially. We're not attacking with this turn regardless, so I think we just chill for now. We can dig with the communication next turn. Slackers, thank you for the over 6.5 years. Welcome back. Nice clean 80 months. It's an eternity. Mew isn't particularly scary into any of our things. None of our things single hit KO themselves. Coco4, thank you for that brand new Prime. Alright, this is somewhat likely to find Mismagius, right? There's a Farfetch'd, a Mew, and then 2 stage 1s in my decks for 50%. Rip. I'm gonna swap to the duck here, because if we crack this for 40, it gets cleared by Mismagius' 70 next turn. Opponent is playing 2 copies of Dawn, which would allow them to heavy impact clear the duck this turn, but I think that's fine considering we're about 40% to draw our stage 1. There's the Licky Tongue. Yep, there's one of theirs. There's one copy of Cape. They're on 2 capes. I think I want to Azulf the Licky Tongue. So that way it's down to 140, and then a single Mismagius can clear it in 2 cleanly. Licky Licky is 140 HP. That is not correct. Licky Licky is 160 HP. One of the reasons why it's potentially a reasonable card. I think I do this, and then we go Mismagius into Cape, so that way Mismagius into Cape means that we don't get cleared by a single heads from the Licky Licky, and knocking this Dialga to 20 means that Azulf can clear it at any point in the future off the bench for 2 points. And the Mew draw is actually really solid here, because it means that if they switch the Licky Licky, I can retreat plus Dawn a 3rd energy onto this Mew, and then flip 1 heads to clear their Licky Licky next turn. So I would have had... We have permutations of coin flips no matter how I slice this, basically. This is their only Sabrina. I think it's Farfetch'd, because if I don't put Farfetch'd up, they could flip a heads on Licky Licky and win the game by clearing Mew. And I don't want to put Azulf up, because that's my way to chase the Dialga down, potentially. just want to set the bar for the person that's being really mouthy on the YouTube side. I don't care if you send me money. Sending you money doesn't buy you special privileges. Like, I expect you to be courteous and reasonable in my chat, regardless of if you support me monetarily or not. So if when you decide to fight with someone in my chat and be rude to them, and then I time you out, and then you throw a hissy fit because you sent me money at some point, that's great. Grow up. That one wasn't a timeout. I just banned them. They did their this is an airport, announced that they were unsubscribing, but I don't care. That's great. Go be entitled somewhere else. All right, now we drag the Licky up with the Cyrus, and we magical delusion them. And now they need to hit a head to attack, and then they need to hit 2 heads to knock us out. They do have another Licky charged up in the back. They haven't used either copy of Leaf yet. I guess I didn't account for this. Oh, do they not have Leaf? If they had Leaf plus Retreat, that would have been real bad for us. All right, 2 more heads in a row and they win the game. Now, unfortunately for us, they do have 1 copy of Cyrus in their deck. So, we are dead to Cyrus now. There's only 4 cards in their deck. We needed to win that confusion flip to not be dead to Cyrus. Hermew clears this, and even if they don't have Cyrus, we're 50% to be gone to this one. Alright, let's see how the game breaks, huh? We have permutations that let us win here. We need a no Cyrus, and we need Tails on the Licky. What about bringing up the Azelf to clear the Dialga? Bringing up the Azelf to clear the Dialga leaves us guaranteed dead on board, because they have 2 points already. Yeah, GG opponent. Close game. Oh, I guess we can let you watch them kill my thing. That's fine. They were pretty likely to win that game. They hit the heads on the coin too. They would have cleared the Mew anyways. The customer is not always right. No, they are not. I don't know. I just think the type of people like that are gonna like sit there and bicker with other people in your chat and be rude to them, like past like they don't get extra entitlements because they paid me. I think leaving those types of people in your community is gonna make your community worse and chase other reasonable people out. So. It's worth fragging someone like that to make the space a little bit less hostile in general. One of the number one things you learn as a content creator is that you are always curating your space, even if you aren't actively doing it or not. So like you either actively remove people like that, or those types of people stick around in your community, and then they're gonna chase other people out, which curates it in a different way. really like communicationing aggressively for the basic here. I could be right. There's a Dialga. Am I supposed to go fishing for the basic now? Probably. I have what? Azulf, Farfetch'd, Mismagius, 2 basics. This is 40% to get me something I'm happy with. If I get another Azulf or a Farfetch'd, I'm kind of sad though. I could just be powering up the Mew. And it's close. The 40% is just so good. Getting Farfetch'd isn't terrible, I guess. The other Azul for the other Mismagius would be a critical failure. Just switch this and get Quack in here. Yeah, their start's slow because we had first energy advantage, but their draw's definitely not terrible. Or they definitely have a lot of potential to build up here. I think Licky Licky, people have been asking a lot about, playing cards that can let you metagame against Darkrai. And I actually think Licky Licky's likely a card that's a reasonable anti-Darkrai card. A single heads lets you deal 140, and it has a really hefty HP pool on a stage 1 to let you survive that chip shot damage. If I watched on YouTube, want to drop that Primo off. Thanks for helping keep us above our sub goal, right, Ty? Appreciate the 15 months. So Giant Cape would force them to heavy impact us next turn, which is probably worth doing. And then that's a great draw, obviously. Our, that's actually just much worse than having our basic, though, yeah. I don't currently have much of an avenue. To get our second knockout point, though, right? Or our third knockout point. Put energy to Azulf in case you need to use Dawn. I mean, it really doesn't matter. If we don't draw basic here. Okay, let's draw our basic plus copy of Cyrus, huh? Wrong ghost. She just put it. Alright, we'll draw for the tournament at that one. You tried Infernape Garantida. I have not. We played some Infernape Rapidash the other day, and it was really solid. The full art Mismagius is really, really sweet, yeah. All right, I think I want to try... we're going to do more Pakarisu Jolteon. That's what I want to do. Good first game with that. Looking at my notes here, maybe I do have enough deck highlights for a little while. Maybe we'll do viewer deck starting tomorrow. I've got a lot of folks asking. They can't. All the viewer deck submissions can't be that bad, right? Let's say that. We'll do viewer deck subs starting tomorrow morning, I think is the plan. I think we'll have a tournament tomorrow afternoon too, but we'll do viewer decks before that and in between rounds again. Do you always stay with one deck in the tournaments, or are you allowed to switch? Was that a misclick triple? Actually, that was a misclick. The tournaments that I play are single deck, and you lock them in. There's lots of different tournament formats, but the ones you're gonna see me play on this stream are single deck best of 3. Yeah, single deck best of 3 is the format I personally enjoy playing the most. Lovely. One second, Eevee. I think we chill. Not sure what I want to do with that necessarily. For people who are subscribers or YouTube members, I will post the link to submit decks before tomorrow morning tonight in the Discord server. For people who want to try and snag one in advance. I'm gonna be honest, people ask me about like my EV preference. The more I play with different EVs, the less I become convinced that any of them is better than the others. They're probably all pretty about the same. And this one has the best artwork, so I'm currently playing it. I think I want to X speed this out. Pivot to Farfetch'd. We'll put an energy here and get Quack in here. We'll play the other Eevee out. And then next turn, if they pivot this Darkrai up to clear this, we can go Jolteon, Cape the Jolteon, Dawn second energy to it, and crack them, and then we won't be dead on board necessarily. Although I guess Greninja changes that breakpoint. I think it does 120 a turn with an active Greninja, which is a lot. I suppose the second Jolteon draw, I want to evolve this. Oh goodness. If they have Greninja here too, they go Nightmare Aura, Greninja, and then clear something in the back. Although I guess they don't clear this one, yeah. So something I want to point out, because I see people talking about upcoming set releases and things that have been data mined. While it is definitely the case that the data mined release dates have been accurate, the information about things being big or small hasn't been consistent. So the original data mines said that the Space Time SmackDown expansion was going to have 3 packs in it, and that ended up being incorrect. So it'll remain to be seen because we don't have enough of anything to have like any patterns or consistencies for this game so far. But I genuinely would not be surprised if every expansion from here on out had 2 packs in it. But I'll be curious to see if they go 2-1. Yeah, the original data mine said that the Space Time SmackDown expansion was going to be like 200 some cards, and it wasn't. So if I was a gambling man, and I sit here playing a card game, so very clearly I'm a gambling man, I would wager... Yeah, a lack of way to attack their bench seems real tough here. So, my speculation is that we'll probably see, I think we're just torch here with this setup. My speculation is that we'll probably see 4 booster packs release per 12-week cycle, because the way free-to-play in this game is structured, free-to-play players open approximately 40 EX Pokemon per 12 weeks. And that would mean if you release 20 EX Pokemon per 12 weeks, i.e. 5 per pack like we've seen, you get enough EXs to get all of them, assuming you can trade for the difference. So long term, it would mean free-to-play cover everything if they give appropriate trade dust. And usually these economies are structured in very, very specific ways. No, I don't remotely have a favorite deck at the moment. I haven't gotten around to updating my favorite deck from last season, and we've been playing like a different deck every 90 minutes for like the last 30 hours since the set dropped. Alright, the YouTube video, the Chat Out Fossil deck has Pokeballs. Rather than writing a YouTube comment in my Twitch chat, you should check the pinned comment under that video. I think having a big expansion every 3 months is good. I think it's less relevant whether or not we have a big or small expansion, and counts more as how many total cards are releasing. I think it's probably mostly irrelevant whether they go three packs and then 1 or 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. With the X speed, we probably get Quack in here, yeah? Oh, that's Pakarisu? Do I just get Pakarisu up? No, I probably don't want to lead Pocky against a fighting deck, yeah? Probably not. What's your favorite design from these? And I love Dawn. She's such an interesting card that gives a lot of neat deck building and playtime decisions. Three packs sounds like a lot of cards to create a 6 to 8 week development cycle. So for people who aren't familiar, traditional card games like this tend to have release hundreds or thousands of cards per year. It's like their pretty typical average expected cycle. If you're coming from like Marvel Snap as your background, it sounds like an incredible amount of cards, because Marvel Snap does not release many cards at all, but like Magic the Gathering dumps like 2,000 plus cards per year for reference. So Pocket releasing 2 packs every 6 weeks is like 1,000-ish cards per year. Is a very realistic, reasonable number, I think. Magic and Pokemon TCG have large teams behind them, though. How do you know about the size of the team behind this game? Can you provide that insight and share it with the class for me? It's also worth noting that this game has like 25 years worth of existing Pokemon designs it can pull from you. If I was a gambling man, I would put money on when Pokemon Pocket released, they had almost the entire first year's worth of card releases designed already. In 2024 alone, Magic the Gathering released just over 2,000 unique cards, not counting reprints. Cool, yep. Magic designs their sets at least 2 years out. That sounds right, but I'm not intimately familiar with it. Alright. I think I've got like 1 or 2 more losses into with this Pocky deck. And we might move along. Let's give it at least one. We're gonna take an ad break after one more game, but also might be heading for the trash can too. Not surprised we're getting some more decks that are misses today. I was actually surprised at how many hits we had last week on Thursday and Friday when we were brewing. You care about card arts, or are you more interested in gameplay? I mean, I enjoy having game pieces that have nice art, but ultimately, these are game pieces to me, and I'm interested in the strategy aspect more than anything. As of August of last year, there were an estimated 16,766 Pokemon trading cards, ignoring promo cards, booster toppers, and the like. That's a lot of Pokemon. How many wins already? So one of the reasons why you don't see me keep a win counter on the stream is because that's one of those things that is pretty misleading, in my opinion. No individual player is going to play enough games with any deck to generate a statistically meaningful sample size for their games. So drawing any positive or negative conclusions about how your deck is going based on how much it's won or lost just isn't really meaningful. Unless you mean, maybe you mean my account wins. I think I have like 1,600 wins on my account, which is also, it's a fun stat, but it's also not really super relevant to anything. If you put a win counter on street, it brings out the worst in Jet. It really does. Did you make it to level 51 yet? You've been stuck at 50 for a while. Wow, why would you hurt me this way by asking a question like that? What a brutal dagger. What a brutal and unfair dagger to throw in my direction. The Pokemon team is so incredibly unfair to me, capping me at level 50. Oh, Lucario actually just murders this next turn, huh? I guess I can keep it? I guess I can keep it. I'm gonna keep it. So we don't die to Lucario. And then we'll put the energy here, and then next turn we could go Sparking Charge Lucario. We're probably kinda scuffed because they have type advantage and first energy advantage, but let's see how this goes. Things that don't matter for 100, Giovanni. The Pokemon Pocket developers have zero direct communication transparency with the community. You can scream into social media, is all you got. Farfetch is actually the best draw in our deck here, because it lets me pivot here and then quack them for 40, and then Pakarisu can come up with the Rocky Helmet and clear them next turn if they don't have a potion. Which is solid. Farfetch is so good. Speaking of, people throw the word around power creep a lot, but this card still being just such an omnipresent threat is just such a clean example of like, nah, we're not really power creeping here. As someone who is now on their 4th DNA game, they don't communicate unless something is on fire. Yeah, it sounds about right. We are going to lose to a... We are going to lose to a Primate plus a Cyrus or a Primate plus a Sabrina, unless we draw another basic. We are done with the Mismagius deck for now. Yeah, I can take that out of the title. Alright, we need to take an ad break, and I need to delete this Pocket Isu deck from my list of decks. We're gonna move on to our next one here. Definitely have some cracked eggs this morning. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing something else when we return. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. There's a couple likes off of 1,200. Slow and steady. Have you played Executor Magdazone? I would be surprised if Magdazone is good with Executor when you could just be playing Yanmega. Should we do some Bastiodon? So some of the tournament players were playing this deck. This deck was in my new decks roundup over the weekend, but they were only playing just Skarmory, and we were playing Kangaskhan last weekend. I kind of preferred it with more basics. Famously, people don't like playing enough basics in this game. Adding more copies of basics tends to be good. Yes, I agree, yeah. One of the dynamics Cyrus has added to the metagame is that playing non-EX and EX Pokemon together is increasingly difficult. Hey, Flintastic, we're gonna do viewer deck submission some of the other days this week, starting tomorrow morning, is my plan. We tried. Mamoswine is one of my favorite Pokemon after playing it a bunch of Pokemon Unite. It is unfortunately just kind of not great. We played Manaphy, Mamo, Baby Articuno, and it was like okay, but I wouldn't describe it as competitive. What do you mean by playing EX and non-EX together is hard? So in the previous format, you would often like lead on an EX Pokemon and then like pivot into a non-EX, then make your opponent clear 2 non-EXs and end on an EX eventually. But because if your single EX takes even 10 points of damage, it can get drugged kicking and screaming back up into the active slot, then your opponent just needs to clear an EX and a basic, which is not a lot of HP to make them clear. So generally speaking, when you're building decks, you either want to force them into clearing 2 non-EXs into an EX at the end, or EX into EX, or 3 non-EXs. So it basically means that if there are non-EX Pokemon in your deck, they need to be your lead. That's one of the reasons why Dialga has struggled a good bit. Dialga Melmetal is tough to play because your Dialga can't retreat to Melmetal and then beat down with your durable guys. They just like drag your Melmetal up, knock it out, and then clear Melmetal and you lose the game. I dislike the addition of Cyrus to the metagame. He doesn't seem offensively powerfully necessarily, but he limits the dancing part that I used to. See, I actually completely disagree with that. I think Cyrus, as an addition of a game piece to Pokemon Pocket, has made it so decks that aren't just dealing one big burst of damage are a lot more viable. It means you have to construct your previous decks in a different way, and there's different considerations to how you build your decks. You can't just like play your decks verbatim from last season, but if you have the proper deck building considerations, Cyrus has plenty of depth. Yes, I agree, Gap. I think Cyrus has created an interesting bit of deck building tension for the metagame. It just means you have to think more about how you're building and playing your decks, and you can't just be like slamming stuff. I assume this card hurt something like Moltres. Not really directly, because Moltres is generally played in double EX decks, like we're talking about. So they clear your Moltres, then you follow up with Charizard or Arcanine. What do you think of Skarmory Melmetal as a one prize deck? I would wager that might be one of the better ways to play Melmetal, and it's something I want to work on at some point. Is Melmetal without Dialga. I want to play the other Armor Fossil out to play around a copy of Sabrina. I don't want them to drag my Shieldon up, I don't think. Remembering why Kangaskhan ended up in the trash can. I like the stream layout, good crops, the game is as big as it can be, absolutely. Nobody reasonable is showing up to this stream to look at me. Let's make the cards as big as possible is the goal. I guess I can communication. Should I put Rocky Helmet on here? Maybe I should have put Rocky Helmet on here. Yes, I am a little surprised at how few other creators have adopted making their own minis bigger. When Snap didn't have a PC client, it was very common for Snap creators to have cut it up a little bit to make the cards bigger. Almost no one in Pocket does. Doing this, I think I'm communicating. We're seeing if we can fish up the Bastiodon here. I think I'm just gonna go twice so I can know where I'm putting this energy and if we're playing something out. So if I end up on a Skarmory or a Kangaskhan, I think I need to play it out to put it up after this Kangaskhan goes down. I'm going to put the Rocky Helmet on this turn, because putting the Rocky Helmet on this turn means that if I hit a single heads and then they hit me and take 20 back, they'll have taken oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I need 2 heads either way. Should have counted it out loud before I played it out. We'll pull the game sounds down again. A couple people have mentioned it today. I adjusted a couple of my audio settings, so yeah, pulled my voice down a little. Moving into Melmetal from here. Is it just me, or does it always seem to happen that when you use 2 communication, you get back the Pokemon you put in with the first one? So that's what we refer to as negativity bias. As human beings, we have an evolutionary imperative that makes inherently negative things stand out in our mind more vividly than average or neutral ones. So when we experience something like getting the same card back again that feels really bad, it stands out more vividly in our mind than the average case scenario. I'm not gonna do anything with the armor fossil yet, because we might be discarding it to play around Sabrina next turn. It's gonna be a Bastiodon against the World Angle and hope we never die. I literally don't know what global effect icons you're talking about getting cut off, so I'm going to say they're not very important. I think both of the Pokemon tools that released were cards that made Mewtwo worse. Like, people, myself included, talk a lot about how Mewtwo's worse because Darkrai got popular, but both Cape and Rocky Helmet make Mewtwo a good bit worse as well. Alright, Mama, I need you to throw hands at this Manaphy here. Okay, lovely. Fossil, full stage 2, Skarmory, hat for Skarmory. Got everything we're looking for here. And the game's over. Thanks, Bubba. One of the many reasons to Kangaskhan gamers. It's easy to remember all the times your Kangaskhan double bricks, but she proportionally gets you some free wins like that too. It is kind of sad to get a free game win when the rest of our hand was so meaningful. Are there other good partners for Magnezone as he builds himself up with energy? Yeah, there were 2 non-Darkrai Magnezone decks in the new decks roundup this morning. on the Homelandia Pocket channel. You should make sure to check it out. Sometimes I wonder if I'm playing the same game as people, because, like, unironically, someone just left a comment on the meta report saying that Darkrai Magnezone is tier 0 because it's too fast. Can I just get, like, a quick, like, brain check? Like, the Darkrai Magnezone deck is good because it has a lot of sustain, right? And it can hide behind a Drudagon. Just quick stupid check me, yeah? Hey, Nova, I did actually drop about a little over 50 pounds last year, so... Yeah, no, we are in fact looking much thinner because we are. There's about 25% less of me. Speaking of other Magnezone decks, I saw a couple of people playing Mewtwo Magnezone. I wonder if that's what this is. I guess some of the games where the Magnezone deck like has Magnezone on curve, it looks kind of quick. I guess is one way to approach / think about it. Magnezone is really good. It's a self-charging sweeper that slaps into any deck. Yeah, I think that's probably the most underrated card in this expansion. I was expecting Magnezone to be playable, but I was genuinely surprised at how good it's ended up being. Darkrai Magnezone is not tier 0. I mean, it might be, but we don't know the answer to that question just yet. It takes a little while to figure out what's going on. I think they're not supposed to attack me this turn. So if they attack me this turn, I get to clear the Magnemite with the Headbang next turn. I think they're just supposed to chill. Yeah. This is a correct play on our opponent's part here. Yeah, tier 0 means no counter is exactly correct. So, like, if 2 weeks from now, the Darkrai Magnezone deck is still having a 200% performance delta, like, yeah, it's tier 0. But I expect that's going to come crashing back down to reality very quickly. Opponent cooking a little bit here at double stage 2s. Where does the 200% performance delta come from? You should watch the meta review video where I explain that and show some stats that correlate it. Yeah, it's at the start of the performance delta is the start of the meta report. It's a numerical calculation between starting distribution and final distribution. All right, let's go dig in for other stage 1 here to build up a second Bastiodon. It's a smaller tournament, but the one you were playing today, Darkrai Magnezone, is currently at a 47% win rate? Really? That wouldn't surprise me if it dropped off that hard. It's definitely the thing to watch, though. What's the best way to get started on Pocket if I'm just joining out in advance? Number one thing is just make sure you log in and open your packs every day. If you're looking to spend a little bit to jumpstart your collection, I'd recommend just buying Charizard packs to start, I think is the best one. I think Charizard and then Dialga. That might be a video I revisit, is best packs to open in 2025. And talk through what and why. Oh, yeah. No thank you, Overdrive. Bastion's Garden Grill here. Anytime you would take damage from an attack, you get a coin to shrug off 100 points of it. I don't think I'm going to do card rating videos for non-EX Pokemon moving forward. The couple of trainer rating videos I did and non-EX Pokemon rating videos I did really just kind of tanked in metrics. And those types of videos are a lot more work to put together than just a deck highlight, so if they're going to perform the same or worse, I'd just rather do a deck highlight instead. Our Togekiss, for those that missed it there, they hit a Cynthia. So it scales to 120 by itself, and then Cynthia can push it up to 170 to really get those big bursts going. I think it's really funny that a majority of people who are my previous viewers who come in here and try to attack Pokemon Pocket and tell me it's worse than Marvel Snap before I ban them are people who have, like, followed my channel for 3 years and literally never even used a single Prime sub. Just, like, the most entitled complainers possible. Whereas, like, people who are likely to support over the course of it are like, yeah, Jeff, I enjoyed your Snap stuff, but I'm glad you're happy or whatever. And it's just like, the ones who are never supporting to begin with are the most hostile about it. It's not even just about stop having fun. It's just like, well, if you're going to be entitled, like, maybe you could have at least, like, chipped in at some point in 3 years. Especially when you have the free sub. Going second, I have Skarmory and a hat. Lovely. Doesn't love a good hat, gamers. I'm gonna hold the Kangaskhan for now because I might want to communication it. We'll see. I love this card. Added so much interesting sequencing decision and depth to the game. So many extra choices to wait on. Speaking of primes, thanks for the almost 2 years, actually, Adam. Appreciate it. So this is guaranteed to be Skarmory. We'll do this. We'll do the hat. Can they clear me next turn? I don't think so. I think I want to play around to Sabrina by not playing these out. Hey, Nolan, thanks for the biddies. We'll be doing viewer deck submissions tomorrow morning to start the stream. Today we're going to be wrapping up playing things I'm interested in playing. Three Smith, thank you for the 2 My numbers are wrong. Thank you for the over 5.5 years and the very generous tier 2. Welcome back. My Pokemon communication just doesn't really do anything here at this point. So we don't have one of our fossils. Thankfully, Skarmory just like kicks butt and takes names while we're waiting. You have pet deck that communication helped the most with. I think my biggest pet deck so far this season is the Garchomp Greninja deck. I think there is a good chance I talk myself into playing that in a tournament at some point this week. Moltres, but couldn't switch into it. Sure. One noteworthy breakpoint is that if Bastiodon doesn't flip heads, Infernape with the weakness hit will clear it in 1. So if we find a cape, we're going to want to prioritize putting that on the Bastiodon. You try Kabutops Lucario. Kabutops is just pretty significantly worse than Rampardos is. Rampardos is a real Pokemon, though. Yeah, if you're looking for the Garchomp Greninja deck, it was Saturday morning's highlight. We have played some Rampardos. I don't have a highlight with that one yet, but it's solid. I guess there was a Rampardos video from the tournament that I posted that went up Saturday night. I am very convinced Rampardos is a real Pokemon Pocket card. I just don't know what the ideal supporting cast for it is yet. I think there's still some optimization to be done there. Alright, so we'll put this here. Do this. We'll put a cape on it. Yep. So, Heat Blast lets them clear Skarmory this turn, which might honestly be what they want to do, because Infernape's going to be set to go either way. Although I suppose if they clear me with Heat Blast, because of the Rocky Helmet, the Bastiodon would clear the Moltres to win the game. Oh, it's not weakness. I keep doing that. We did that during the broadcast a couple of times too, assuming Skarmory was weak to fire. That's not. It's weak to lightning. Here's our gamer. Skarmory did a lot of the heavy lifting this game. We can go ahead and show up and headbang our way through at the end. There's a single Gallade player in the tournament today that's currently 3-0 versus Darkrai. Okay. You know what? I don't think we actually, even when we were playing it, I forgot to take a stop and look at, some of the stats. Should we do that? Got a lot of games played. We're in round 5. See how people are reacting a little bit. Yeah, Darkrai. It's 11, so its play rate went up. It only had 8% play rate over the weekend. It's up to 10.5 now. But that win rate is real scuffed. What does it have a hard time against? It is 3-8 against Gyarados Greninja, and it is 3-5 against Palkia Vaporeon. It is 0-3 against Gallade Hitmonlee. There's one person playing this. Yep. Just Gallade, Marshadow, Hitmonlee. Yeah, I bet that for $1. 2 Cyrus, 2 Potion, 2 XP, 2 Pokeball. All right, should we play some games with this? This is what we should play some games with, yeah. Sold. It's doing looks like it's doing pretty straightforward good things. We'll play more Bastiodon at some point. But all right, we need to take an ad break anyway, so I'm gonna roll the ads while I put this deck together really quick. Please, DNA, give us deck codes. Please, I need deck codes. All right, have some ads. YouTubers, don't forget to like the stream. We're gonna build some Hitmonlee Galley. I am a fighting box enjoyer. They're not teleport routes or ram routes. It's probably teleport routes, right? What are they playing? They're playing teleport routes. And then Krillia, there's only one choice, because one of the Krillias needs Psychic. Krillia? K-R-I-K-I-R? So 2 Kickmonlee, 2 Marshadow. I think Alakazam, Yanmega, Eggs could work. I think that's too many Pokemon. Yeah, it's 14 slots you just listed. Cyrus, Research, Pokeball, X-Speed, Potion. Oh, that's interesting. I was actually thinking if we were gonna start seeing that, this person's playing 2 potions instead of capes to keep Cyrus off their back. I have to assume that's an explicit choice. Hey, Dugs, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. DVN. Making content here on the internet is my full-time job, and folks like you are a big part of why that's possible. Thanks for keeping me around. Ooh, my kingdom, to be able to apply flares without accidentally misclicking. I just don't know why you would play Magnezone instead of Yanmega behind Executor. Can you make a compelling reason why you would play Magnezone instead of Yanmega with Executor? Delete Psychic Energy. It actually doesn't put Psychic Energy inside the deck because these are colorless. It doesn't do the energy based on the Pokemon types. It is the energy based on the attack types. So Mew gives you Psychic because it has a 1 energy Psychic attack. Deck builder's not completely bad, it's only mostly bad. I think I lead Kickmonlee over Marshadow. Speaking of Yanmega, looks like Dialga Yanmega, which is the best performing Dialga variation we have so far in the game. I get one of my babies. There's my baby. Coolio. And now if we just manage to find an X speed, we have on curve Gallade. Just not bad. Oh yeah, that's an interesting thought about this deck list. There's no Pokemon communication. Put the energy here, so that way if we top deck X speed, we can swap it in and crack them next turn. Oh my goodness. Put them in a little box in the ground if we find one of our X speeds. Sedge. Fighting feels like it has the most interesting room for deck building. I completely agree, and I think a large part of that is the fact that you have so many good one knockout point Pokemon. I think there's a lot more room to maneuver and build and do interesting things when you're not playing all the X's. Man, I updated the NVIDIA broadcast software I use, and the noise filtering on it is significantly worse than it used to be. I might have to roll back to the old version. I think we're doing this. I think we're doing this. So, like, obviously we have Cyrus here, but past having Cyrus, retreating your 30 HP thing against the Hitmonlee deck seems like a real ambitious play. So this comes up in Genome Hacking's me, and they'll do 70, 90 from weakness, 110, 130. So I should potion this so we don't lose to a Giovanni on the Mew. Oh, and then actually, I can just XP this out and clear with Marshadow. Yeah, that's the line. Yeah, that's the line for sure. They have a cape? You need a cape, bud. No cape! Alright, well, we're done then. Quick lesson learned in Energized Blade versus Mew for our opponent. Math, not even once. I think this deck is a bad matchup into Infernape because it ends with 0 energy after attacking, sure. My C tier deck is a bad matchup into a different C tier deck. Can't beat them all. does Cyrus replace Sabrina in all decks, or is it situational? Definitely situational. So I would say Cyrus excels over Sabrina when you're doing one of two things. One of those things is chip-shotting your opponent's bench with things like Azolf or Hitmonlee or Honchkrow. And the second is Cyrus excels over Sabrina when it comes to having things that deal smaller amounts of damage. So you're hitting your opponent for an attack and leaving them alive. They have X-Speed Aerodactyl. We're in a bit of trouble here. It is unfortunate that we cannot break the law. Alright, we need to draw X speed, gamers. We need to draw X speed. Unlucky. If we would have found X speed, we would have been able to pull Marshadow out here. So we've got the shot in with Krylia. So if we took the shot with Krylia, I couldn't draw X-Speed to attack with Gallade this turn, which is what I wanted. But you are right that it would have given us flexibility. I think the Marshadow means we're dead. So I can hit the Aerodactyl, but then the Aerodactyl hits me, and then the Marshadow clears me when I clear it. And I don't have anything like a Far-Fetched in this deck to switch into to be able to clear the Aerodactyl with something else and let that go down to Marshadow instead. This is your bi-hourly reminder, gamers, that you should stand up and stretch. Maybe grab a drink of water. Good on you if you're already in the standing position for your desk. Oh, I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. Do you think Cress EX would be better if she healed your active spot? I mean, yes, that definitely makes her better. What's going on, Yoshi? Yeah, we've been playing a ton of Pokemon here. The community has been awesome in their support of it. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for keeping us over our full-time goal. This hits for weakness on my active, yeah? Like 90% sure? How good do you think Bastiodon will be? I would expect it to be like a solid like B tier contender in the format. I would be shocked if it like ever had a significant metagame share or was like terrorizing people, but I think you can play it and not be embarrassed, which is probably a good place for that type of card to be. Rox Rafa, thanks for the brand new Prime as well. For anybody that's new to watching live streams before, you're not familiar with Twitch, you're watching on the YouTube side, if you're one of the many people in the world who pays for Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription with that every month if you make an account on Twitch and link your subscribed Amazon account. And every single month with that Twitch Prime subscription, you can support me or another creator on Twitch directly. Takes a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them to us instead. Lord knows that man's got enough money. All right, it's time to pivot. Who are we pivoting into? I think we're pivoting into Kickbonley. I think we're pivoting into Kickbonley. This puts me off evolving for a turn, but I think that's correct. If they were to like pivot into coughing, that would be pretty bad for my evolution. Hey, Lapin, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Yeah, think of it as like a Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer, if you would. And my salary per year is like a rounding error to him. He won't even notice it's gone. Grey Wolf, thank you for the brand new primer as well. Julian, thanks for the brand new prime. What their follow-up is behind Weezing and Spirit Tomb here. Probably safe to assume that they have plenty of copies of Cyrus lurking in their deck. So do we just build Bar Shadow now? No reason not to, right? We're another turn off away from this, so we don't need that second energy just yet anyways. And then if they clear the Kickbonley with the Tackle next turn, Mar Shadow can get it back with the fighting weakness. Little Orstein, thanks for the brand new primer. Look at all of Jeffrey Bezos' money the chat found in between the couch cushions. You're great. A cape? How is my Mars Shadow supposed to knock this out now? I've been really loving the Garchomp deck. Do you think it can be competitive? I don't know which one, but I promise you we are going to play Garchomp in a tournament this week. Might be tomorrow, might be Wednesday. It's going to depend on what else we do. I'm not committing to it in advance, but I definitely enjoyed the Garchomp deck enough that we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it in the tournament at some point. Axtol, thanks for the brand new primer. We're definitely evolving this. I think I'm chilling on this last bench slot because I don't currently know if I want it to be a Mars Shadow or a Kickbonley. I did manage my second full art chomp, yeah. We got enough Gibbles and Gabites to flare those. I need one more full art chomp to flare both my full art chomps, so maybe that'll be the deciding factor. I'm gonna keep ripping Palkia packs. And maybe if we haven't hit the second full art chomp by Friday, we'll play it then. And if we hit it before then, we'll play it whatever day we hit it. Is there a Koga in my future gamer? Yep. Have you seen her play the Skarmory Zone combo? Oh, you mean Magda Zone? Yeah, I could see that being good. I think Skarmory is one of the best cards in this set. It's super powerful the way it's templated. Maybe they purposefully make the promo Pokemon weaker because they're time limited in how they distribute them. I would expect that that's likely the case. I think there's a good chance this Cresselia EX is like a bit better than Lapras is, but that's like a pretty low bar. Now, notable breakpoint here. Gallade does 70 plus 20 per energy. So a Weezing with 1 energy still goes down to it because of weakness, which is nice. That being said, they can count that breakpoint, and I wouldn't be surprised, especially if they have another Koga, if they go like Wheezing Poison us and then put energy on Darkrai to get a chip shot in instead. Talking about breakpoints, thinking about Energized Blade into Darkrai. Darkrai with 3 energy on it only gives us 130. So one of the things that Kickbondly does that's very nice in this types of games is get to soften up higher HP things in the back. Our opponent did not count their breakpoint, and they're just YOLOing it here, so that's probably good for us. This might still be a Kickbondly, so I'm gonna put my energy here for now. Maybe they forgot about weakness. Some facet of this 110, I would wager they did not count. I suppose the way this works out, does Cyrus end up getting a hit here? They do 30, which puts our Gallade down to 80. I haven't played my second potion yet, so I'm going to need to top deck another potion to not just be dead to Cyrus here. Toddler girl, shouldn't you be getting ready to go? You did? Yes, Haley, go. I'm sure you need mommy to take you today, okay? I will take you to dance class next week, okay? Mommy is not working right now and daddy is, okay? Can I give you a big hug before you go? Oh, that's okay. Go have a good dance class, okay? Okay. Yeah, I just don't have a, I don't have a breakpoint here that lets me do this. Yeah, I don't have any lines to beat a Cyrus here, unfortunately, because they already have a knockout point. Yeah, GG opponent. So even if I potion here, they have the 20 from Nightmare Aura. You know, I wonder. I took the line aggressively on the Wheezing. Maybe I thought maybe they didn't count, but maybe they did count with the Cyrus. That was just good game to them, is probably what happened. I probably should have pulled the Gallade out and softened up the Darkrai so the Gallade could clear it in one. Is likely what I should have bet. I made a comment that my opponent must have miscounted something, but I think they actually counted exactly correct and knew their Cyrus was coming. They were just like taking the shot from the Wheezing and didn't mind giving up the point. They played that really well. I appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. It's awesome. We've got over 2,000 people between Twitch and YouTube. Been a bunch of new followers on Twitch and subscribers today. If you're someone enjoying the vibes of the channel and you haven't done that yet, make sure you do that on whichever platform it is and come back again sometime. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week. Usually I stream from about 9 a.m. Central till about 4 or 5 p.m. Central here in the afternoon, working a pretty normal work day. If you're not familiar with me, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I've been making content full-time here on the internet for a little over 7 years, and I've been streaming in general for almost 12. Before Pokemon Pocket dropped and became my latest infatuation at the end of last fall, I played a ton of Magic the Gathering and more recently Marvel Snap as my full-time games, but I always had a big focus on turn-based card and strategy games. Played some other things like Runeterra and Mythgard and others that are now defunct over the years as well. In a former life, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. So you'll find my streams, especially my edited stuff on YouTube, tends to be very analytically focused, like the data-driven meta reports that I post every week after our latest tournaments have gone up. If you enjoy people that are working on off-meta decks and trying to play them in the more competitive environments, like the community tournaments, We always try and play a few of those every week. It's one of the best places for that in the Pocket space right now. What's going on, Mike? Glad you enjoyed the YouTube stuff. Do I like pizza? Of course I like pizza. I am a longtime vegetarian, but aside from that, I'm usually not too picky about the things that I eat. I haven't gotten around to trying Venusaur yet. I think that's definitely a really interesting way to try and attack the Darkrai deck. What's your favorite Infernape deck from the meta report? I actually really like an Infernape build that's not in the meta report, or from the new deck roundup. The highlight tonight, we played some Infernape Rapidash and it felt really clean. What do you think is the most consistently skill testing card game you've played? I think the concept of most skill testing card game tends to be kind of self-gratifying in a way where people just think whatever game they're playing is the most skill testing. I think most card games have a number of elements that are very skill testing to them, and different card games tend to test different skills in their players. How do you handle being a vegetarian with kids? I'm actually the only vegetarian in my household. And I think even if my wife and I were both vegetarians, I don't think we would necessarily make our children be vegetarians. Like, when you're a parent of especially small children, like, what's the best way to put it? You're pretty happy when your child is willing to eat anything that contains protein and isn't deep fried. Because don't get me wrong, they're gonna eat plenty of things that are deep fried and don't contain protein, but just like anything remotely serviceably healthy, just like, yes, please consume more of that. Those of you might have saw my youngest come in, our little dancer, she's almost 5, and then we also have a 10 and a 9-year-old, 4th and 5th grade, so. Please, you ate this last week and said it was your favorite. Just put it in your mouth again so we can leave the table. Listen, the only surefire way to ensure your child will never eat something ever again is to buy it in bulk at Sam's Club. That's all I'm saying. Is a vegetarian an ethical thing or more so health? I just don't really enjoy most meat products, so I just don't eat them. When I started living on my own at 17, I adopted the diet because I started preparing all my own meals at that point, so I've just been doing it ever since. You may have the Mars Shadow Gamer. It's my favorite source of protein. Peanut butter, cheese, chickpeas. Those are probably my top 3. Yeah, I started undergrad at 16, Chocolate Rain, which is part of the reason why I was living on my own at 17. But I was also working full-time at that point. And like, there's nothing against my parents. They were fine, reasonable people. I just like was working 40 hours a week and had the means to live on my own, so I chose to. In fact, it was one of those kind of like too perfect to pass up things. So, when the housing market crashed in 2007, 2008, one of my friends' well-off parents had been making money flipping houses one at a time, and they got stuck with a house they could no longer flip. So to do something with it, they gave it to their daughter effectively to live in, and they're like, you could rent it to 3 of your friends, pick the ones you want. So So they could make something out of this house that they could no longer sell for a profit. Do they know math? Yeah, our last Mew opponent wasn't so big on the whole math thing. This Mew opponent, not so big on the whole math thing either. Time to clean him out. Thanks for the points, gamer. God, I hate capitals. I mean, you know what they say? The first million's the hardest, right? Yeah, 20 years ago is a big difference. Not quite 20. I was 17 years ago. I was basically 20. I accept it was basically 20 years ago. Why you gotta hurt me like that, chat? You wake up and choose violence this morning? This is why I'm currently standing. That's fine. I know my audience demographics. There's a majority. There's a good chunk of you that were in college with me 20, 30 years ago. Someone made a comment on one of my YouTube videos that most of the comments I'm responding to are from children, and I was like, actually, bud, my audience is 99.5% over 18, and 84% of them are 25 plus. Most of the people that not only play these games but play them enough to like be seeking out content like this are people who are very much adults. It's one of those we just need an X speed shot, right? This card's so strong when you have it while going first. Just get to roll it on up and attack right away. Radiant One, thanks for catching a Hoaglandia subscription for 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Ooh, baby Darkrai? We got 2 X speeds and 1 research, so loosely 30% to find what we're looking for here. It's not the droid I'm looking for. I think we just let Marshadow go down here. Because like we mentioned earlier when we were playing this matchup, Energized Blade with weakness clears Wheezing in 1 with a single energy here. There's our X speed a day late and $1 short. Up energy there. I think I chill on the other Kickmonlee on the bench for now. It's very possible that I want like a Marshadow and another Gallade, but it's also a good chance the game doesn't get that far. My daughter asked me why I watch people play the game I play all the time, and then I realized after trying to explain learning strategy to a child about the cute Japanese magical monsters I'd already lost. See, that one's really easy for me because that one's really easy for me because both of my boys do watch plenty of people play games as well. All right, so what's the game plan here? I think the game plan is pivot this, put the Kickmonlee in, and then I'm actually gonna play the other Hitmonlee out to play around to Sabrina, I think. And we're gonna kind of soften up this Darkrai in the back, kind of learn from our mistake earlier. Because now the way this works is, if they don't have a cape or a potion for this, I can go ahead and Cyrus this up next turn. It deals 110 with this, which is sick. Oh, they do have another cape. The other cape's not the end of the world here. I could just kick it again. And this is at a good clean 130, so even if they Cyrus it up, they only do 100 with this. Yeah, it just means we kick it for one more turn. Thanks for hanging out, Mike. Drop that there, soften this up, but I'd be surprised if they have room for potions on top of Cape, so this is probably GG with the Cyrus next turn. What is your spending like on Pocket compared to Snap? I spend markedly less on Pocket, but I'm also chasing cosmetics less. Pound for pound, dollar for dollar, Marvel Snap and Pokemon Pocket are similar prices to keep up with every card. To clean this out, we're good to go. A lot of stamp spending as a result of dodo whales, yeah. So the loose math on Pokemon Pocket is it's like somewhere between $70 and $100 per booster pack they release to max out the cards ASAP right away. But it would be a little bit cheaper than that if I was saving hourglasses between expansions too, because we also have like some whale donations that come in here. Like Ben donated $100 for us to rip packs. For us to rip packs today to chase cosmetics, so I would wager it's probably about $70 per pack. So that would be what if we assume they release 4 packs per quarter, 16 packs per year, 16 times 70, probably about 1,100 USD to get every card basically the day it releases in Pokemon Pocket. And then in comparison, Marvel Snap's about 80 to 100 bucks a month to keep up with everything right on release day. The big difference between the Marvel Snap and the Pokemon Pocket economy from the what you spend perspective is that in Marvel Snap right now, if you don't get a card right when it releases, you basically just can't get it if you don't spend money to get it right away. Whereas Pokemon Pocket actually lets you collect the cards over the course of the expansion's release, and you don't just perpetually fall behind. So the upfront cost to get everything immediately is about the same, but Pocket's economy is a lot more forgiving to people who are free and small spenders to allow them to acquire things aggressively. Am I liking this Gallade pile? It seems pretty solid, honestly. I think I had talked a lot about Gallade maybe just being a worse Machamp, but there's two perspectives that there's two perspectives for Gallade that I was not considering when I talked about Gallade being worse than Machamp. The first is that Gallade is really good when going first, which is a nice dynamic because these decks with Hitmonlee and Marshadow usually like going second. And the other is that the basic and stage 1 for Gallade both have retreat costs of 1, which makes them a good bit better, what's what I'm searching for? Which makes them a good bit better with X speed, so you don't have to feel like you play Leaf or get stuck. So this particular deck list that we're playing is missing communication. It's a deck list we copied from a tournament, and it's felt okay so far, in part because you can like win games with Marshadow and Hitmonlee. But I wouldn't be surprised if fitting in, like splitting Potion with communication was correct. Yeah, Gallade needing only 2 energy gives you more time to like develop other things as well. Hey, what's going on, Norris? Yeah, we're gonna be shooting for a little bit more at least. We've got solid numbers. There's a lot of sweet decks to test. I mean, I guess Corellia kind of doesn't do anything here, yeah? Like, let me tap you, and then the lunar plumage just like undoes it. If we find Gallade, we clean this up real nice. But if we miss Gallade, we're gonna have a bad time. Do you think they'll increase the level cap anytime soon? I hope so. It seems incredibly short-sighted that they have it. They communicated and then didn't play anything. There's my Gallade. Okay, so... on a Pokeball. If I Gallade this turn, I do 110, and then I do 130 next turn, so that's 240 altogether, and they're effectively at 180. Yeah, so this even beats 2 potions, yeah? Yeah, the level cap's been 50 since the game release, which is really way too low. Are you surprised they added tools to Pocket? Not at all. It's very common for games like this to start with a low amount of complexity in their first set and then scale it up over time. So I'm not surprised to see us, you know, 3 sets in now and getting added complexity and more cards that create more decision trees. So the Shaman doesn't change their thing being dead even through double potion, right? They go up to 120 here, and if they put another energy on, I'm cracking for 130. Clams, thanks for the 17 months. Welcome back. Yes, what Gap said too, tools were listed in the deck builder at launch in the filter settings. Why do you care about level if you swipe for every card anyways? Because the level is free rewards. Just because I'm gonna buy stuff doesn't mean I don't want the same free stuff everybody else gets. If anything, the fact that I'm spending so much money is an extra reason why they should make sure I get the free stuff, because making your people who paid you money feel like they're getting less stuff because they sent money is a really bad business strategy. Especially when it's such a nominal amount. Like, you're right. Ultimately, me getting account experience, super nominal overall. So if you could choose to give me nominal rewards as someone who's giving you hundreds of dollars per month, you should give me the same nominal rewards as everybody else, especially those that are spending less. Succulent Lob, thank you for the 2 months. Like realistically, it probably turns into like what? I don't know. I'd probably have 4 or 5 extra packs worth of hourglasses if they like had uncapped it. Which isn't a ton, but it's something, and I'd feel better about it. Yeah, I think my opinion on Gallade is changing, playing with it more. I think the retreat cost being 1 on your starting Pokemon is a really big deal, being able to pivot around in these X speed decks. Having to play Leaf in your Hitmonlee deck is like not super exciting. All right, speaking of Gallade decks, let's throw this one up on the screen. We can take a brief pause for the cause, and pay some bills with some adverts. We're going to play some more with this when we get back. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Awesome to have like 2,500 people between Twitch and YouTube still. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button. I'm going to BRB for a second while these run. Get you right back. The old grocery delivery showed up an hour earlier than it was scheduled to, so we put the 9 and 10-year-old to work carrying bags. Let them earn their keep a little bit. If Darkrai Greninja only uses Dark, how is it doing so well? That's pretty common. There's a Fighting Greninja variation that only uses Fighting Energy also. So no Pokemon communication just because I copied a deck list from a tournament. There was a player who was 3-1. How are they doing? They are 4-2 now. And I just wanted to... They had, they beat Darkrai Magnezone all 3 times they played it with this deck. And we actually haven't played that matchup at all yet, but it's felt pretty reasonable in the other games that we've played. It sounds like they're starting to scale Do They Mow launch it. Not quite. They're both very little humans, so pushing a lawnmower is tough for them. How many packs do you need to open at most card in the pack? Somewhere between 70 and 90 depending on variance. But the variance is a big factor. It's definitely very, very possible to low roll. It's crazy how much less anxious I felt after dropping Snap and just playing Pocket. The Pocket not having manipulative ladder systems and constant daily missions is a huge non-stressor. I feel you. Like, I felt that compulsion doing Snap even when I was, like, not streaming on the weekends when it was my primary game. So, this is one of our first tournaments after this weekend. Had 256 players today. 27 of them registered Darkrai Magnezone. And only has a 50% win rate today in this first tournament. This is something I want to be tracking this week for sure. Is like, and for reference, this deck had like 60 to 70% win rates in all of the tournaments over the weekend when it was like having its breakout weekend. So as people, you know, metagame it a little bit more, it's probably going to level out a little bit. Some small sample sizes here. We'll need to wait till this upcoming weekend for some of the bigger ones, but it looks like it's having a hard time against Gyarados Greninja. And it had a pretty hard time. It's having a hard time in 4 games against Darkrai Greninja. But again, these are small samples. The reason why when I talk about matchup data in like my weekly meta reviews, I coalesce like thousands of matches. This actually surprises me. It's 2-2 against the Pachirisu one-trick deck. Maybe this deck is real. If this deck isn't just dead to Darkrai, it might be real, but that sample size is really small. My gut says this goes to 40 games against what's it called instead of just 4. That the what's it called deck has probably favored the Darkrai deck. You can look at the meta and matchups for the whole website now, not just tournaments. Yeah, but that isn't really super helpful unless you can fine-tune. Last I checked, it doesn't let you pick certain date ranges. It only lets you pick certain metagames. So like, there's a big difference between looking at Darkrai Magnazone's like all their matchups and looking at their matchups just after like it was the known deck, right? Because you expect its win rate to be markedly worse once more people pick it up and people are thinking about trying to counter it. Yes, it also doesn't exclude best of one events, which are higher variants. Yeah, he had no EX. Yeah, that data is real murky for a number of reasons. Fish up some friends here. We're going first, so if we can find Gallade here in our next couple of draws, you're gonna be in a pretty good spot. I'm honestly really impressed with this Gallade deck so far. It's been real clean. The fighting box shell, that Hitmonlee, Marshadow, sometimes Farfetch'd, is easily the most flexible group of cards in Pokemon Pocket right now. There's so many different ways to build and play it. What is it? No EX. No EX are special tournament formats that don't let you play EX Pokemon. And best of one means your tournament rounds are best of one game instead of best of 3 games. And best of one is inherently more variants. I think I'm giving up a point here. Urberg, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Is Gallade feeling better than the other flavors of fighting? I haven't played enough of them, Urberg, if I'm being honest. I think if I had to like pick one fighting deck that I like the most with my limited experience playing so far this format, I would say that the Rampardos builds feel like the most promising. There's also like 600 ways to build that archetype too. My friends and other people I talk to on Discord complain a lot about Pocket repeating content, 45 wins and 5 consecutive wins and solo events. Do you think Pocket would change this? I mean, nobody ever complains in games that have ladders that the ladder comes back every season. Those types of things are literally just Pokemon Pocket's version of a ladder, so no, I don't think they intend to change that. The new content in a game like this is the actual cards. Those other types of things are just what you should. Those other types of things are just avenues to get the new content. Yeah, I prefer their event structure to ladders personally. The solo events I can take or leave, but I can auto battle through them, so it's like not a big deal. A+ tactics for kicking the full art Manaphy, of course. I'll put that one right in the trash bin. Is new routes better than old routes in this deck? Do not have a strong opinion on that. Uncertain. I'm gonna kick the Palkia, because then if they don't put it to the active spot, I can Cyrus it and clear it with Gallade at any point if I draw that. Based on data mines, at least, people discussing they don't care for the 5-win streak event. That event is not scheduled to come back this time around, I don't believe, because we're going to have such a short cycle in between the 2 card packs. For people who haven't been keeping up, data mines say we're going to have another card pack released at the end of February on the 28th, which is one day after Pokemon Day, so I'd believe that's probably the case. Oh, man. If only my potions were Pokemon communicators. So, one thing that's noteworthy to people commenting that that's soon and they feel like they're going to get further behind, the next set after that is going to be a longer timeout. So they're going to keep to 2 sets per 12 weeks. They're just doing 4 weeks and then 8 weeks instead of 6 weeks and then 6 weeks. Oh, you know what? I should have kicked this one again so that way Mars Shadow cleared it. I was thinking I wanted to soften this so that way Gallade could clear either of them. But I should have made it so Mars Shadow could clean this next turn. They already have a knockout point here, so I think we're dead with this one. Oh, they have the cape anyways. I guess they need X-Speed or Leaf to kill me next turn so we can put Mars Shadow up. Okay, cool. And now I get rewarded for my line, right? Because I get to do this. And then now we win the game because of my sequence? Maybe my sequence was right, given this. Because now they can't win without a big Misty flip, right? I get to clear this Palkia for 130 for 2 energy. Gosh, that's clean. And then my Kick Von Lee clears the mana fee for the last point next turn. Oh, you know what? I should have, if I potioned, Big Misty doesn't even get me. I missed the potion. Could have played around it. We're manifesting the Misty, you know. I absolutely love the dynamic Cyrus has added to Pokemon Pocket. It makes you be more deliberate with how you deck build, and it makes you be more deliberate with your lines during the game. I think Cyrus is 100% a card that rewards good play and good deck building and punishes bad play and bad deck building. I think it tells a lot about a player if they're complaining about it. But what if I'm bad at both deck building? Then you're probably pretty bitter Cyrus exists. Is cutting potion for communication viable? It might be. I will say I wouldn't be surprised at this deck being strong into Darkrai. Relies on those potions though. You could Coward Split it though and play 1-on-1, I suppose. Koga does not return Pokemon tools. No, not at all. If you had to pick one card in Pocket that was most like Shang-Chi, which one would you pick? One of the reasons why I enjoy Pocket's gameplay is because there aren't Shang-Chi-like cards in this game. I really like that the counter cards in Pokemon Pocket are cards like Tauros and Mew, and they're not just like blow you out in the last turn of the game as a giant surprise. I like that. I like that you can see your opponent's counter card building up from you across the board, and you can play tactically around it. Probably dead to X-Speed Aerodactyl next turn. The big swings in this card game are very fair. Not only are they very fair, but like they have a slow build up and you see them coming. Would you consider using pack points more so on trainers and supporters versus Pokemon, or does it matter? My number one piece of advice, especially if you're a low spending or free to play player, is you should not spend pack points on things that you're still opening packs for. Because one of the worst feelings in Pokemon Pocket is like, okay, I'm going to spend pack points on this thing and I'm going to keep opening those packs. Then you know you're inevitably just going to open it in the next few. Unlucky. So I would, in general, I would have an idea of which cards you want to open from a given booster pack. And then I would open that pack until you have enough of them that you can craft the rest with pack points, then move on to the next pack for yourself. Once you craft it, it's gonna guaranteed be in your next pack. Never lucky. You try a Mismagius deck. We did, and it was actually kind of sweet. Maybe we'll play some more of that to wrap up today. I feel like I might play into that in a tournament again. Our tournament run this morning with it was less than successful, but I also made some mistakes. The deck had a lot of sequencing decisions. I'm playing this one for about an hour or so. Maybe we'll do some more of that. That's awkward. Okay, so I led on this because I have Krillia into Gallade, but I think I need to X speed now because Krillia only has 80 and it'll get cleared by the duck ahead of time. Probably a Darkrai deck if I had to venture a guess. Fast Gallade's just gonna run him down here. What kind of decks are easiest to play and which are the most difficult? Decks that I would describe as non-linear tend to be the hardest to play. So decks that have play patterns that vary depending on what your opponent does. Whereas the decks that are easier to play tend to be ones that like set up and do the same thing every game and just like do their own thing and ignore their opponent. So things like Gyarados, Mewtwo, Charizard that just want to like set up one big attacker and blow things away. Those tend to be the most straightforward things to play in a game like Pocket. And that's not to say that they're skillless or have no decisions, but it's to say that their decisions tend to hinge on what cards you draw as opposed to what your opponent's doing. All right, Gallade, it's you against the world, bud. Can we carry this out? I feel kind of bad that I gave up Hitmonlee instead of giving up Marshadow since they're a Darkrai deck. I really would have liked Hitmonlee to kick this. That might have been a mistake on my part. Yeah, these fighting type decks with Hitmonlee tend to be some of the most interesting and skill testing in my opinion. That's why I tend to gravitate towards them for tournament play. There's a lot of micro decisions. We're still going. What's going on, Tingle? Yeah. They're still GMM. Do they not have a Weavile? If they don't have a Weavile, we're in a pretty decent spot. Another Gallade. Okay. I guess they have a knockout point already, though. Am I not in a decent spot? Maybe I'm not. I just lose going toe-to-toe with the Darkrai if they have Cyrus, yeah. Which these decks often play 1 to 2 Cyrus. So they get to crack us down to 80, down to 50 here. And if I peel a second potion, we're still in trouble. Yeah, so this is one of the things talking about these games being hard is one of the things I messed up this game was one of the very first decisions I made. I messed up giving up Hitmonlee as my lead Pokemon to knockout as opposed to giving up Marshadow. Because Hitmonlee is important in this matchup for making sure that the Darkrai can be weak enough for my Gallade to actually clean in one. So if I would have let on Marshadow, we could have put the Hitmonlee up and softened this so I could get the clear here now. And that's one of those things that's like, it's so tough to be able to identify those moments where it's like, the thing that lost me the game on turn 12 is the decision I made on turn 1. Yeah, and there's the Cyrus to put it away. GG opponent. Let's play a little more with the Mismagius deck. I was enjoying that one earlier. It's very unique. If you rewind the stream, we had the deck list up during the last break. The deck list is not playing Giovanni, no. You only have so many room for utility cards when you're trying to fit in stage 2s. What if instead of analyzing that, we just said it was all coin flips? Also an option. How is Starmie doing since the new set? Unfortunately, as someone who likes Starmie a lot, I think Starmie is the type of card that got a good bit worse post-Cyrus. One of our two Rainbow Mismagius. You know, with Mismagius already in hand, I want to maximize my chance of finding the basic. And when you want to optimize your chance to find a particular basic, you want to research before you Pokeball. Because, for example, this thins an Azelf out of my deck before we Pokeball. And we bricked there still. Play one of these out and pass, I think. Azelf kind of does a hit on the impersonation, but can notably attack the opponent's active Pokemon as well. So a little bit of flexibility for a little bit less damage. Have you tried or are considering a Charizard list with Shaman? I don't really enjoy playing Charizard as a deck. Tends to be kind of linear and straightforward. There's Misdreavus. We're playing the new promo one. Confuse Ray is very nice. Drop an energy on there so Mismagius can slide up with the Magical Delusion next turn via X speed. Makes sense to pivot this out. They want to play around X-Speed Mismagius of our own. Misty is scary. Very meticulous. Thanks for dropping off that primer. Jeremiah, thanks for resubbing for the 2nd month. Congrats on your run this weekend. Alright, Duck is down. But we have a leg up here with this, right? I'm gonna get to attack them first here, and then they'll need a coin flip every turn on whether or not they can do any damage. If they hit us for 80, we go down to 50, and then Giant Cape gets us back up to 70 to live through a, what's it called, hit. So the Confusion coin here, if they hit tails, they do nothing. Coolio. I think that probably puts the game away. Yeah. Double Misty hit, no problem. They had double Misty on their Articuno, and they had first energy advantage that game, yeah? We won anyways. Do you think this deck needs Greninja? No, I don't think we can splash. You can't really splash, what's it called? We have, what's their name? Azolf to deal some damage. What's going on, Greg? Yeah, depending how long since you've been here, I lost about a little over 50 pounds last year in 2024. So you're someone that's checking back in a little while. There's a good bit less of me. You tried the Giratina Infernape deck yet? I haven't. It's on my list for sure. Infernape's such a sweet card. I love the cards with low retreat costs for sure. I think we open Mew here. I have X speed plus Dawn to get an extra energy over to here next turn if we find the Mismagius. I'm doing 1 meal a day and 0 carbs and still not losing weight. Losing weight is a very straightforward and simple formula. It is calories in versus calories out. No carbs, keto, all that other stuff. Certain types of foods make it easier to like not feel hungry or like eat enough nutrition while having lower amounts of calories, but really at the core, losing weight is just straightforward math. Shermanator, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. For people who haven't heard me talk about my weight loss journey before, and I want to make it clear I am not a dietitian, so if you're having trouble losing weight in a healthy manner, you should consult a professional, but I did three big life changes helped me achieve my weight loss. 1, I stopped drinking calories. 2, when I felt hungry at 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, instead of eating a 4th meal, I just went to bed, because something that's very true is when you're not sleeping enough, you feel hungry more frequently. So it's a twofer. You get more sleep and you also eat less. And then number 3, I stopped eating double portion sizes. So when we cooked at home, I stopped going back for seconds. And when I went out to eat, I took half my food and put it in a box before I ate anything. If you're someone that lives in America like myself, the average restaurant portion is approximately 2 to 3 times the amount of calories you could consume in a meal at most restaurants. All right, so Kingler does 80 and then does extra if it flips 2 heads. Notably, retreating gets them out of confusion. So I think I'm actually just gonna X speed out here. Am I? I guess they need 2 heads. Nah, screw it. Let's just illusion them. Whenever I catch a live stream, it's weird listening to Jeff at 1x speed. Feel you. I proof a lot of my own content at 1.5 to 2x speed when the editor sends it to me. Yeah, making them flip 3 heads in a row. Well, it wouldn't be 3 heads in a row, because evolving clear status conditions. It's not 3. If they evolved a Kingler, they clear the confusion, just so we're clear. But they didn't have it. And that's one of the nice things about playing. Mismagius has some Starmie energy. In that, like, when your opponent stumbles or misses a beat, it runs them down very, very quickly. Which is nice. What would you like to see added in Pokemon Pocket? I would like a EX Dragon Pokemon. So hopefully Giratina's coming in the next card packs. Would be fun. This is a matchup where having Promo Misdrevious is a huge leg up. Getting to confuse Ray Moltres so it has to flip a coin before it flips coins makes their ramp a lot less consistent. Monkey Paw Curls, your EX Dragon needs 3 energy types. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think if they did that, though, they would finally give us a card that makes energy stuff more consistent. Like, they gave us a card in this card pack that makes Stage 2s more consistent in Pokemon communication. I assume it's only a matter of time before we get something that makes what's it called more consistent? 2-color decks. Alright, well, they hit heads on the first one, and then they hit tails on the next 3, so we take those. It's a shame I don't have a copy of Cyrus, because if I had a copy of Cyrus, this Azolf could tag the Charmander, and then we could drag it kicking and screaming to the front and clear it with the Misdrevious. As is, I think we charge this up, and then we just build the Mew. We go from there. Shaman! One of the Charizard decks that made a deep run this past weekend was playing one of these as their 5th basic. Super relevant breakpoint here for them. No Charmeleon means we're probably done here. Good night, my sweet prince. It's the dawning of the age of Mismagius. Age of Mismagius. And one of the sweet things about this deck being a Dawn deck is our Mew having 1 energy means it's fully charged for Charizard. Cooked. Cooked! They were cooked even if they had Charizard and hit energies there. With the Mew ready to go, we were gonna run him down. I like that you break out the show tunes on stream. Yeah, believe it or not, I was a theater kid growing up. Shocker, I know. Thoughts on Skarmory, Yan, Mega, Mew? I think mixing and matching non-EX and EX Pokemon is a hard sell right now post-Cyrus. Letting your opponent like KO your 80 HP Skarmory and then win the game when they KO your your 140 HP EX is only 220 damage they have to deal to win the game, which is not a lot. We are going second. I'm going to lead Azalf against a fighting energy, I think. This card does a far-fetched impersonation with type advantage. We definitely tap the Mars Shadow to open here. That's lovely. Digging for our stage 1. Looks like pretty dependent on finding Mismagius relatively early, which is one of the reasons why we're playing a Singleton Communication. It's kind of a third copy of her. So if they retreat to Hitmonlee and to have Lucario, the Hitmonlee clears us in 2. Azalf does not evolve in anything. Just a basic lets you flex into hitting their bench, which is nice. This deck's playing 2 copies of Cyrus, so Azalf kind of lets you like set up the things you're hitting in the back line. Huh. So you kind of a free-ish knockout point here. Oh, do they have double Lucario? Double Lucario would be bad for me. If Azalf lives this hit, I think we're in a fine spot, but if they have double Lucario, it would be real bad news bears. I think I just hit the Hitmonchan. Yeah, me giving up drinking calories was pretty easy for my diet. I was already someone who didn't drink alcohol and soda, so it's just like turning my sweet tea into unsweet tea for the most part. Yes, double Lucarios do stack, so if they find the next one that's Hitmonchan starts punching for 70. Eight cards, eh? What's the best way to approach this game so I don't lose to a stray Cyrus? So we're ahead here, and the thing I want to think about is how do I play around them tagging something and then clearing us with Cyrus? I think I'm actually supposed to attack with this. And I probably should have put it up to begin with, but I think I'm supposed to attack with this. So that way, I clear this. And then they put this up, and if they draw a second Lucario, they clear this. And then Mismagius can come up and not clear this, but put it on Confusion. If they don't have second Lucario, we're in an incredible spot. Confusion in Pokemon Pocket just cancels their attack. It does not deal damage to them. In the paper card game, they take damage back. I think if you were playing with slots in this deck, the second copy of Dawn could be like a Giovanni or some other utility card. But I'm pretty confident you want the 2 copies of Cyrus. They're pretty good. Alright, and no what's it called here? No second Lucario in tandem with the fact that I have Cyrus means we're just done at this point. I get to pull this out, and we get to hit this, and then they can't clear us in 1 next turn, and then we'll drag the Lucario kicking and screaming back up the following turn after it retreats. Is Gardevoir still relevant in any Psychic decks? It was only relevant in Mewtwo, and there haven't been any other ones that popped up so far. So they're not dead on board. They can switch to the Kabutops, and Kabutops looks like it's pretty good into what we have going on. But this is... Cyrus makes decks like what we're playing so much better. These little types of attackers that aren't doing big bursts, but you've got chip shots along with really efficient 2 energy attacks like this. These types of decks would be just dead to something like Kabutops in the previous expansion most of the time. Just because it has so much sustain. And the fact that we can be like, oh, by the way, we're just gonna reach back here and grab back the thing you tried to escape with is very, very good. Grab that one. That's true. Because they didn't have the second Lucario, Cyrus is the same as Sabrina. But it's worth noting if they had the second Lucario, that wouldn't be true. All right, saw some people asking for the deck list. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll, so we'll throw that up there. This list has been a ton of fun. I think this might be my favorite thing we've played in the new expansion so far. I love these decks that Bob and Weave and X Speed and chip shots at the bench. I played an unhealthy amount of Wiggly EX last season, and Mismagius feels like a slightly more competitive Wiggly. If I was thinking about things I might try and do different, I think the second copy of Dawn has potential to be something else, and it might be worth trying something different with the Farfetch. Maybe a Jinx could be okay for that slot. I could see maybe that being reasonable, but I also like the efficient 1 energy attackers. This deck is missing full art. It's 100% missing full art, Cyrus. I will open enough packs tomorrow to get at least 1 full art Cyrus, so. You've been playing a Mewtwo in the Duck slot. I feel like I want it to be a 1 energy card, but Mewtwo is kind of interesting with Dawn to be able to surprise, jump up, and get people. The 2 retreat cost gives me pause, though. All right, let's tap the ads. I'll stew on that. I think we're going to play some more of the Gallade deck when we get back, because I have enough for a full highlight with this, and I'd like a couple more Gallade games. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Giratina. No, I want cards that deal damage. This is an aggressive deck that wants to chip away at people quickly. YouTube gamers, we're rapidly approaching 1,400 likes. If you haven't considered tapping that button yet, please consider doing so. If I have to craft one full art Cyrus and one full art Dun, what should I craft the second of next? That's a tough question. It's probably Cyrus. I think I play 2 Cyrus more than I play 2 Dawn. It's probably the case, but you play both of each on occasion. Someone asked if I check my wonder picks. That's a good call. I think the aggro Starmie deck will want 2 copies of Cyrus. At a minimum, it's better than Sabrina in that deck, probably. So many Azelfs. Never a 2-star. I'm actually missing full art Bidoof. Not opened it yet. Let's see if we can. I am 2 and 19 on wonder picks so far this set. See if we can get a little bit closer to average, huh? 2 and 20. All right. Yep. I have not played more Garchomp yet this week. There's just so many things to play in so little time. We're gonna get back to Garchomp this week, and I'm probably gonna play it in a tournament this week, just because it felt so clean last week. I think its breakpoints are somewhat reasonable into Darkrai stuff. I wonder picked a full art Mars, not useful, but I'll take it. We opened full art Mars today, actually, or big Palkia packs. I'm 0 and 25 on wonder picks this set. Holy. Freaking rip. Rumplesmith, thank you for the 34 months. Welcome back. Is it worth crafting Cyrus and Cape if I haven't pulled a single copy of them yet? Yeah, use your points on cards you want to play with. They're both super playable cards. We're going second. They're playing metal cards. And open on Marshadow. Bootman, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm having a lot of fun playing Pokemon Pocket. As long as I'm enjoying Pocket and the support for it is here, I'm planning to focus on Pocket. Probably Dialga hiding with Melmetal and Licky Tongue. How much damage does Gallade do to Melmetal? It's 70, 150, 130. I think I put an energy on here and hit them with Revenge this turn, so that way they're forced to evolve next turn and can't get another free energy out of it. It means I can't attack with Gallade next turn, but I think it's correct without the Gallade in my hand guaranteed. Hines, thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Oh my goodness, do they not have it? I mean, I guess in theory they could have it and be like baiting my Marshadow staying in. Just stage 2 deck things. I think I'm hitting them with this because if they evolve and clear this, I need the 40 points of damage in order for Gallade to clear this back. I have 2 Gallades and 6 cards, so probabilistic that we find it, certainly, right? I'm gonna put the Hitmonlee up, I think. We're 2/3 to miss here. Imagine missing. Would never be us. I have been impressed how often Gallade has just been like 2 energy, as much or more damage than Machamp. The more I play with this card, the higher it moves up my list of things I underevaluated. I was expecting when reading it for it to feel like it was worse than Machamp in a lot of my games. It's definitely been markedly better than Machamp BX in most of these games we've played today. I'm kind of sad I don't have this card. I actually opened a Crownwear Dialga over the weekend. But I still don't have the 2-star version. I like the background on this more than I like the gaudy gold. And then once we tag this Dialga, it's got nowhere to run with Cyrus in our hand. How do you feel about Dialga? I think Dialga is difficult to play alongside single knockout point Pokemon in a post-Cyrus world. One of the dynamics Cyrus has had on the format is that if you lead an EX Pokemon, you kind of have to assume it's getting knocked out. And letting them knock out your Dialga and then losing when they knock out your Melmetal is not particularly strong. So it's not a coincidence that the best performing Dialga builds right now are like Yanmega Mew as the backline and not Melmetal. I think Licky Licky is actually worth exploring too, but whatever you're powering up with Dialga, I think it needs to be another EX. All right, gamers, it is 5 o'clock here. I've been live for over 8 hours. We're gonna come back and do another giant full stream again tomorrow. I think we're gonna take viewer deck submissions. We've had so many people asking if we're gonna do viewer decks. I think I have enough recorded content that even if all the viewer decks are kind of mid, we'll still have plenty of videos. So subscribers on the Twitch side and members on the YouTube side, if you want to send in a tip for viewer decks, we'll be doing that starting tomorrow morning. We'll see what the community's got cooked up. I'm going to go ahead and read you somewhere on the Twitch site. Oh, look at that. Spraggles just went live. Well, perfect. I'm going to raid my co-host from the weekend, gamers. Went live 8 minutes ago. What phenomenal timing. So go hang out with Spraggles, and I'll be back tomorrow morning. Appreciate folks that were here all day. Enjoy the rest of your Monday wherever you're at. If you're looking for more from me, though, by the way, you're gonna hang out on Twitch, go watch Spriggles. But I'm gonna hit publish on an Infernape Rapidash video on the YouTube channel here in like 2 minutes. So if you want more Hooglandia, there's gonna be a fresh video there in a second.